There are places in this world that defy explanation. Ancient structures too enormous to have been moved with primitive tools, mysterious artifacts that defy what we think we know about history, and entire civilizations that disappeared without a trace. These are not myths or legends, but real, documented mysteries that archaeologists and historians still struggle to understand. How were they built? And who made them? And perhaps the most disturbing question of all, what else is out there, waiting to be discovered? From colossal stone blocks that no modern crane could lift to civilizations buried under the ocean, today we dive into some of the strangest unsolved mysteries of the ancient world. So sit down, relax, prepare something to snack on, and enter the mysteries where history itself seems to crumble. Baalbek is one of those places that seems to defy explanation. Nestled in modern-day Lebanon, this ancient site is famous for its imposing Roman temples built in honor of Jupiter, Venus, and Bacchus. But as impressive as these ruins are, they sit on something much older, something much stranger, the megaliths of Baalbek. These stones are incredibly enormous. The largest of them, known as the Trigon, is made up of 3 limestone blocks weighing around 800 tons each. They are placed perfectly stacked 12 meters from the ground, without visible mortar, as if they had been placed there delicately. But the real mystery is the stone of the pregnant woman, an even larger block weighing approximately 1,200 tons and still lying abandoned in the quarry, apparently carved and ready to move, but no one knows how it could have been possible. Theories about how these stones were transported and placed range from conventional ones to controversial. The majority belief is that the Romans were responsible. After all, they were master builders who built aqueducts, temples, and roads that have stood for thousands of years. Some historians suggest that they had the means to move the megaliths using cranes, pulleys, and sheer human force. But there's a problem with this explanation. No known Roman engineering feat comes close to moving stones of this size. Not even in their most advanced construction projects was there an attempt to lift anything close to 1,000 tons. It's as if they built their temples upon something much older. That is why some researchers believe that Baalbek predates the Romans. Some versions suggest that the site was originally built by the Phoenicians, an ancient maritime civilization that once dominated the Mediterranean. Others delay the chronology even further and claim that the site is pre-Phoenician, which would mean that it could be thousands of years older than recorded history suggests. If that were true, that would mean that a lost civilization, and not Rome, was responsible for moving these stones. But if that is the case, who were they, and more importantly, how did they do it? There are those who believe that Baalbek was built using a lost form of ancient technology. Perhaps the builders had an advanced knowledge of counterweights, pressure manipulation, or even sound frequencies that could facilitate the movement of heavy objects. Some speculate that the answer lies in forgotten techniques, construction methods that have been erased by time, lost before they could be written down. If we knew how they did it, what else could we discover about the ancient world? And then there's the most controversial theory of all, that the stones of Baalbek were moved with the help of something beyond human capability. Ancient astronaut theorists have pointed to the enormous size and impossible precision of the megaliths, suggesting that Baalbek may once have been a landing site for extraterrestrial visitors. Some believe that its position, its alignment, and its construction indicate that it was more than just a temple, that it was something older, something built with a purpose that we still do not understand. There is no solid evidence of this, but the idea has persisted for decades. What we do know is that no one has managed to explain how these stones were moved, which remain one of the greatest engineering enigmas of the ancient world. If a civilization from thousands of years ago had the ability to transport and place them, what else were they capable of doing, and what other secrets might still be hidden under the ruins of Baalbek? But Baalbek is not the only mystery that forces us to rethink what we know about history. The past is full of impossible artifacts, things that should not exist, yet they do. Next, we move on to one of the most controversial pieces of evidence ever discovered, a 16th century map that appears to show Antarctica without ice. Before we dive into the next mystery, a quick note. Although the images in this video provide additional context, they're not necessary to enjoy the stories. Feel free to let it play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these unsettling, unsolved mysteries. And if you would like to support me in creating these videos and have access to exclusive stories and all our videos without advertising, consider becoming a member on Patreon. The link is in the comments below. Now, let's go back to the stories. The map of the Peri race is an anomaly in historical cartography, discovered in 1929 by the German theologian Gustav Mann in the archives of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. The map had remained hidden for centuries, forgotten in a pile of old and dusty documents. After examining it more closely, it was discovered that it was the work of Per-Reis, an Ottoman admiral, navigator, and cartographer who created it in 1513. At first glance, it looked like a typical early 16th century world map detailing the coasts of Europe, Africa, and the newly discovered Americas. But the more researchers studied it, the clearer it became that it was not just any map. What makes the map of Per-Reis so controversial is a mass of land drawn along its lower edge. Many believe that this landmass is Antarctica, but there is a problem. Antarctica was not officially discovered until 1820, more than 300 years after the map was made. Even more puzzling is that the landmass is not represented as the icy wasteland we know today, but with detailed coastlines and topographic features, as if it had been mapped when it was ice-free. Modern geological studies suggest that Antarctica may have been ice-free more than 6,000 years ago, long before any known civilization was capable of performing cartographic precision. How did Peri know this? The admiral himself left some clues in handwritten notes written on the margins of the map. He claimed that his work was not original, but had been compiled from multiple older sources, some of which dated back to the time of Alexander the Great. It referenced maps taken from 20 old letters and 8 new maps of Arabs and Hindus. If this were true, it would mean that the Peri race had access to knowledge transmitted by older civilizations, perhaps with maritime capabilities beyond what we previously believed. Some theorists argue that the map of the Peri race is proof of an advanced and lost civilization that mapped the world with astonishing detail long before history was recorded. They suggest that fragments of this knowledge survived the collapse of ancient societies and were later incorporated into Renaissance maps by explorers and cartographers with no idea of their true origins. This theory finds support in other medieval and Renaissance maps, such as the map of Ornus Fuss and the map of Zeno, which also represent land masses resembling Antarctica with surprising precision. Others believe the map has been misinterpreted. Some scholars argue that what appears as Antarctica is actually an incorrect representation of South America. 16th century cartographers often distorted coastlines because of how they compiled maps from scattered reports and secondhand accounts. Some parts of the world were stretched or compressed to fit the limited knowledge of the time, resulting in inaccuracies that could explain the apparent presence of Antarctica. Another possibility is that early sailors, possibly Phoenicians, Chinese, or even pre-Columbian European civilizations, traveled much farther than history recognizes and documented coasts that were later lost over time. If so, the Peri race map could be a vestige of an ancient nautical tradition that disappeared, leaving only tantalizing clues. Despite decades of study, no definitive answer has emerged. Did the Peri race unknowingly preserve the last echoes of a lost civilization? Or is it simply a cartographic error, a trick of distorted geography that only seems mysterious now? Whatever the truth, the Peri map remains one of history's most intriguing mysteries. Unknowingly preserve the last echoes of a lost civilization? Or is it simply a cartographic error, a trick of distorted geography that only seems mysterious in retrospect? Whatever the truth, the map of the Peri race remains one of the most enduring enigmas in history, a document that continues to challenge everything we thought we knew about the past. But the map of the Peri race is not the only ancient mystery that challenges what we thought we knew about history. Thousands of years before Peri ink on parchment, an even greater enigma was being carved in stone, one that challenged our understanding of early civilization itself. In southeastern Turkey, buried under layers of earth for millennia, lies Gobekli Tepe, a site so old that it predates the invention of writing, the Great Pyramids, and even the earliest cities known. However, its intricate carvings and massive stone pillars suggest a level of organization and skill that shouldn't have existed then. How was it built, and why was it buried? Let's take a closer look at one of history's most mysterious archaeological discoveries. Gobekli Tepe is unlike anything we've found in the ancient world. Hidden in the hills of southeastern Turkey, this site remained underground for thousands of years, until a chance discovery in the 1960s hinted that something was buried there. But at that time, no one could imagine what was hidden underground. It was not until the 1990s, when German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt began excavations, that the true magnitude of Gobekli Tepe was revealed. What he discovered would challenge everything we knew about early civilizations. From the earth emerged huge circular stone enclosures, each with towering limestone pillars arranged precisely. Some measured almost 6 meters high and weighed up to 20 tons each. But most surprising were the intricate carvings of animals, symbols, and humanoid figures engraved on the stone. The level of craftsmanship and planning was undeniable, but here was the problem. Gobekli Tepe is at least 12,000 years old, dating to around 9600 BC, which makes it the oldest known temple complex in the world, predating Stonehenge by more than 6,000 years and the Great Pyramid by more than 7,000. At that time, humans were believed to be simple hunter-gatherers living in small nomadic groups, with no cities, no agriculture, and certainly no ability to build megalithic structures. Some researchers believe these animals could have a symbolic meaning, perhaps representing spiritual or mythological concepts. Others suggest they were warning signs of something dangerous or sacred. The site's layout is strange, as there is no evidence of permanent living spaces, making it unlikely it was a settlement. Instead, many believe that Gobekli Tepe was a ceremonial place, a place of worship or ritual. Some suggest it could have been a meeting place where early humans gathered to celebrate religious ceremonies, banquets, or even astronomical observations. The site's alignment with certain stars points to a possible connection with celestial movements, as do other later megalithic structures around the world. But this is where the mystery begins. At some point, Gobekli Tepe was deliberately buried. The enclosures were filled with earth and debris and carefully covered, as if to hide or preserve them. But why was it abandoned? Was it considered too sacred or too dangerous? Who decided to erase it from history? One of the most accepted theories is that Gobekli Tepe played a crucial role in the transition from hunter-gatherer to agricultural society. Some researchers believe the effort required to build and maintain the site may have led to the earliest forms of organized labor, of work and permanent settlements. In other words, civilization may have begun not with agriculture, but with religion. Another theory suggests Gobekli Tepe was built by a forgotten advanced society that existed before the known emergence of agriculture. Some researchers point to the possibility of a lost civilization, wiped out by a global catastrophe such as the end of the last ice age. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, for example, proposes that a comet or asteroid struck Earth about 12,800 years ago, causing sudden climate change and massive flooding. Some believe this event could have wiped out an early advanced culture, leaving only ruins like Gobekli Tepe as vestiges of its existence. But there is also the possibility that Gobekli Tepe was the product of highly skilled hunter-gatherers, simply challenging our expectations of what early humans were capable of. Perhaps the knowledge needed to build this site existed long before we thought, passed down from generation to generation in ways we cannot yet understand. If Gobekli Tepe were really a temple, it would mean that early humans developed religious or spiritual beliefs long before settling into agricultural communities. The structure suggests large-scale cooperation, meaning different groups must have worked together to build it. But what did they worship? Some researchers believe the carvings on the pillars may represent constellations, linking the site to stars and celestial events. Others think that it may have been a burial place or a place of ancestral veneration where rituals were performed to honor the dead. One of the strangest discoveries at the site was the total absence of tools or artifacts related to daily life. Unlike other ancient sites, there are no traces of ceramics, permanent dwellings, or domestic structures, leading to speculation that Gobekli Tepe was never intended to be inhabited, but was always a secluded place intended for something more important than daily survival. Gobekli Tepe forces archaeologists to reconsider the timeline of human development. If our ancestors could build such a complex site thousands of years before the first cities, what else were they capable of? And if this knowledge existed so early, where did it originate? Some believe that Gobekli Tepe is just the beginning, that there are other, possibly older, sites waiting to be discovered. Could this be the missing link in our history? Evidence of an ancient and forgotten knowledge that precedes everything we know? Despite decades of excavations, Gobekli Tepe still holds more secrets than answers. Each unearthed layer raises new questions, and with each new discovery, history as we know it continues to change. Like the builders of this mysterious site, ancient civilizations have left structures around the world that defied all explanation, some carved in solid rock that seem almost impossible even by today's standards. Gobekli Tepe is proof that the past hides secrets we would never have imagined. But sometimes those secrets are not found in ancient temples or huge stone structures, but are hidden in ink written centuries ago, locked behind an indecipherable code, a book full of symbols that no one has ever deciphered, a text that coincides with no known language, and a mystery that has baffled scholars, cryptographers, and linguists for more than 200 years. This is the Rohank Codex, one of the strangest unsolved enigmas in history. The history of the Rohank Codex begins in Hungary, but its origins go back much further. The manuscript first appeared in the early 19th century when a nobleman named Gustav Bathini donated it to the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. The book had been part of his family's private collection, but no one knows how it got there. It is not a large book. It is only 448 pages, each full of a strange, unknown writing. The pages are filled with dense writing from left to right, line after line of cryptic symbols. At first glance, it looks like a medieval manuscript, perhaps a religious or historical text. But here is the problem. No one can read it. The alphabet does not match any known language, and the characters seem completely unique, with more than 200 individual symbols, more than any known writing, and the more they investigated, the stranger it became. It is not only the writing that is puzzling. The Rohank Codex also contains illustrations, detailed sketches depicting religious scenes, battles, cityscapes, and figures that appear to be saints, kings, and warriors. Some images appear to be Christian iconography, while others hint at Islamic and Hindu influences, a strange mix for a single manuscript. The illustrations raise even more questions. The representations of medieval life suggest the book was created sometime between the 15th and 18th centuries, but the mix of religious images is confusing. If it is a Christian text, why include elements of Easter traditions? If it is of an Islamic or Hindu nature, why does it contain crosses? Whatever its purpose, one thing is certain. This book was not meant to be forgotten. The writing is meticulous, the illustrations carefully placed. Whoever created it wanted it to be understood, but for centuries, it has remained locked behind its cryptic writing. For more than 200 years, scholars, linguists, historians, mathematicians, and even military code breakers have tried to decipher the Rohan code. Linguists, historians, mathematicians, and even military code breakers, but all have failed. One of the first serious attempts to decipher the book occurred in the 19th century, when Hungarian scholars examined it along with other known languages of the region, such as Hungarian, Latin, Romanian, and even Sanskrit, but nothing matched. Later, in the 20th century, experts turned to frequency analysis, a technique used to decipher codes by identifying recurring patterns in the text. But even this led nowhere. The symbols of the codex do not follow the normal patterns of language. Some words are repeated, some characters appear more frequently than others, but not in a way that resembles any known grammatical structure. It is as if the entire book were written in a lost language or, even worse, incomplete nonsense. Over the years, many theories have emerged about the Rohan Codex. Some are based on historical possibilities, others are much more speculative. One theory suggests that the book is a religious text, possibly from a secret Christian sect. The mix of religious images could indicate a hybrid faith that mixes elements from different traditions. But if that is the case, why is the writing completely unrecognizable? Others believe that it could be a forgotten language, a dialect of a small community that disappeared long ago. Some historians have speculated that it could be related to the Sakeli script, an ancient Hungarian writing system that was used in Hungary, but even this does not match the structure of the codex. Finally, there is the theory that the book is a hoax. Some skeptics believe that the Rohan Codex is not an ancient mystery, but rather an elaborate forgery. They point out that the writing seems too random, lacking the structure found in real languages. The symbols do not follow natural linguistic patterns, leading some researchers to believe that it was invented. If that is true, another question arises. Why was it a hoax? A 19th century forgery intended to deceive historians? A nobleman's attempt to create an ancient-looking relic? If that is the case, the creator did everything possible to make it look convincing. But here's the problem. No one has ever proven that it is false, whether it is a forgery or not a nobleman's attempt to create an ancient-looking relic. If that is the case, the creator made an extraordinary effort to make it convincing. But here's the problem. No one has ever proven it false. Forgery or not, the Rohan Codex remains an enigma. But it makes no sense. Why bother writing 448 pages of text? Why include detailed illustrations? If someone invented the alphabet, why use more than 200 unique characters, many more than any known language? And most importantly, if it is a deception, why has no one been able to definitively prove it despite the countless efforts? The Rohan Codex remains undeciphered. Modern technology has analyzed it, but still no one has been able to read even one sentence. It is now in Budapest, stored at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, where it continues to baffle anyone who tries to make sense of it. Was it a lost language, a secret code, or a joke of history? No one knows. And until someone finally deciphers its meaning, the Rohan Codex will remain one of the strangest and most impenetrable mysteries in history. But it is not the only lost knowledge that haunts historians. Sometimes the truth is not hidden in a book, but in a stone buried under the earth, far from curious eyes. The Rohan Codex is a book that no one can read, a mystery trapped within its indecipherable symbols. But while the Rohan Codex challenges what we know about ancient texts, our next mystery delves into something even more elusive, a structure so enormous and carefully hidden that, even today, its existence remains shrouded in secrecy. Deep in the heart of China, hidden under layers of earth and vegetation, lies a pyramid said to be larger than any in Egypt, a monument deliberately concealed from the outside world. Could it be the lost tomb of an unknown emperor, or something even more extraordinary? Next, the White Pyramid of China, hidden deep in the remote landscapes of Shaanxi province. A series of huge pyramidal structures has unleashed decades of speculation, intrigue, and secrecy. These are not just hills or natural formations, as some might assume at first glance, but ancient pyramids hauntingly reminiscent of those found in Egypt and Mesoamerica, but shrouded in mystery and largely unknown to the world, unlike the Great Pyramids of Giza, which stand proudly against the desert horizon. The pyramids of China have been deliberately hidden by the government, planted with trees, covered with earth, and left to oblivion. At the heart of this enigma is the so-called White Pyramid of China, a structure so immense that, if accounts are to be believed, it has been deliberately hidden by the government, covered with trees and earth, and left to oblivion. At the center of this enigma is the so-called White Pyramid of China, a structure so immense that, if accounts are believed, it could even dwarf the Great Pyramid of Giza in size. But why would such a monument be kept hidden? What secrets could it hide beneath its layers of earth and secrecy? The first widely known report about the White Pyramid emerged in 1945 at the end of World War II. United States Air Force pilot James Gossman was flying a reconnaissance mission over China when he spotted a huge, bright white structure rising above the landscape. According to his account, the pyramid appeared to be made of a bright, reflective material, possibly metal or some kind of stone, and was unlike anything he had ever seen. Gossman's description was detailed. He claimed that the structure had a smooth and perfectly symmetrical surface and rose to an estimated height of at least 1,000 feet, which, if true, would make it significantly larger than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Upon returning to base, he documented what he had seen and even drew the structure, but his report was quickly filed away, lost in military archives, and dismissed as an unverified anomaly. The story might have ended there were it not for another mention several years later, in 1946, when another American pilot, Colonel Maurice Sheehan, reported seeing a similar huge white pyramid while flying over China. This time, the claim made the newspapers, with a report appearing in the New York Times. Once again, the structure was described as larger than any other known at the time, with smooth, sloping sides and an almost extraterrestrial appearance. Despite these compelling accounts, no photographic evidence of these flights has ever surfaced, leading some to question whether these pilots were mistaken or whether what they saw was deliberately erased from public records. What is known, however, is that the region they described is home to numerous ancient pyramid-shaped structures, most of which remain unexplored. Unlike the pyramids of Egypt, which are well documented, the pyramids of China have remained in the shadows, with minimal excavation and even less public recognition. The Chinese government has long been reluctant to allow foreign researchers access to these sites, and some believe this secrecy is no coincidence. It is believed that the Chinese pyramids, including the elusive White Pyramid, are burial mounds of ancient emperors dating back to the Western Han Dynasty and possibly even earlier. Like the pharaohs of Egypt, these emperors were buried with vast treasures, intricate tombs, and elaborate artifacts intended to accompany them in the afterlife. Emperors dating back to the Western Han Dynasty and possibly even earlier. These emperors, like the pharaohs of Egypt, were buried with vast treasures, intricate tombs, and elaborate artifacts intended to accompany them in the afterlife. One of the most famous examples of this is the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, located near Xi'an, which houses the legendary terracotta army. Despite being one of the most important archaeological sites in the world, the main burial chamber of Qin Shi Huang remains completely closed to this day, and archaeologists are reluctant to open it due to the high levels of toxic mercury detected in the area. Some researchers speculate that the White Pyramid could be an even grander burial site, possibly belonging to an emperor whose name has been lost to history. The reluctance to excavate these pyramids may be due to both practical and cultural reasons. Chinese authorities have often cited conservation concerns, arguing that opening these sites too soon could lead to irreversible damage. Others, however, believe that the secret runs deeper, that there is something inside these pyramids that the government does not want the world to see. Some of the more speculative theories suggest that the White Pyramid could be evidence of an advanced ancient civilization, with knowledge or technology that predates our current understanding. There have even been rumors of extraterrestrial connections fueled by descriptions of the structure as abnormally smooth and highly reflective. While these theories remain firmly in the realm of speculation, they persist due to the lack of access to the site. Even today, satellite images confirm the existence of large pyramidal structures scattered throughout the region, some covered by dense vegetation and others barely distinguishable from the surrounding hills. These images provide tantalizing clues, but without on-the-ground excavations, their full significance remains unknown. Adding to the mystery are the accounts of local villagers, who have long spoken of strange events in the region. Some tell stories of unusual lights appearing near the pyramids at night, while others claim that for generations there have been legends warning people to stay away from the ancient mounds. Could these accounts be simple folklore, or is there something buried beneath these structures that modern science has yet to uncover? Some historians suggest that these pyramids could contain lost historical records, scrolls, or artifacts that could rewrite our understanding of early Chinese civilization. Unlike Egypt, where hieroglyphs have provided a direct link to the past, many of China's ancient texts have been lost over time, especially during periods of political turmoil. If these pyramids contain writings or objects well preserved from millennia ago, they could offer information about a forgotten chapter of human history. The true nature of the White Pyramid, if it exists as described by the pilots, remains one of the greatest mysteries of archaeology, despite repeated attempts by independent researchers to access the region. China has remained firm in its restriction of excavations. Whether for reasons related to national heritage, government policy, or the presence of something that defies all explanation, we may never know. What is clear is that the pyramids of China are real and that their secrets remain buried under centuries of earth, waiting to be discovered. If the White Pyramid is really among them, it could be one of the greatest archaeological discoveries of all time, or a mystery destined to remain unsolved. While the White Pyramid remains an enigma, China also harbors another equally perplexing mystery, which is not hidden in the mountains but underground in the province of Jiang. Deep in the earth lies a series of immense, perfectly carved stone chambers. There are no historical records mentioning their construction, no tools found, and their purpose remains completely unknown. These are the Longu Caves, hidden beneath the rolling hills of Jiang Province in China. The Longu Caves are among the most perplexing archaeological discoveries ever made. Unlike the natural limestone caves throughout China, these caverns are entirely artificial, with huge underground chambers carved with near-perfect symmetry, intricate patterns, and engineering precision that defies logic. What makes them even more mysterious is that there are no historical records mentioning their construction, no plans, no tools, no writings, nothing. It is as if an entire civilization built them and then erased all evidence of how or why they existed. And to this day, no one knows who created them, how they did it, or what they were for. The discovery of the caves was entirely accidental. In 1992, a local farmer, intrigued by the deep pools of water that dotted his village, decided to drain one of them. When the water receded, what appeared left him stunned. Huge chambers with smooth walls going deep into the earth, unlike anything he'd seen. Soon, other villagers followed suit and drained more pools, only to find more hidden chambers. What they had discovered was an underground complex that covers some 30,000 square meters. Each cavern is meticulously carved into solid sandstone. To put it into perspective, the caves are so vast that, if joined, they would cover the area of approximately 4 soccer fields. The ceilings rise up to 30 meters high, supported by evenly spaced stone pillars, and the walls are covered in a uniform pattern of chiseled marks that seems too precise to have been made with rudimentary hand tools. What makes the Longu Caves so puzzling is the enormous amount of work that must have gone into their construction. Archaeologists estimate that nearly 1 million cubic meters of rock would have had to be excavated to create the caverns. If this had been done with the tools available in ancient China, it would have required thousands of workers working day and night for years, perhaps decades. However, no matter how advanced the caves seem, no tools or construction materials have ever been found, nor remains of workers, nor chisel marks from the different stages of construction, nor debris from the excavation. Where did all the displaced rock go? How did they move it? And why do the caves look so immaculate, as if abandoned immediately after completion? Adding to the mystery, the caves are not randomly distributed, but each chamber is carefully aligned, as if part of a much larger interconnected system. Some researchers speculate that the caves could have been used as warehouses for military purposes, or even as secret meeting places for an unknown group. Others suggest they could have a spiritual or ceremonial function, perhaps related to an ancient belief system already forgotten. Some believe they were once underground palaces or residences of a ruling elite, but without inscriptions, artifacts, or evidence of habitation. All this remains theories without definitive answers. One of the most peculiar aspects of the Longu Caves is their structural integrity. Despite being thousands of years old, dating back to at least the 3rd century BC, if not earlier. See, if not before. The walls show no signs of erosion or collapse, unlike many ancient structures that deteriorate over time. The caves remain remarkably intact, as if built to last indefinitely. The precision with which they were excavated suggests a knowledge of engineering far superior to what was believed possible at that time. Some have compared the caves to modern underground bunkers, capable of withstanding natural disasters, seismic activity, and even potential invaders. But if they were intended for protection, who or what were they hiding from? Another aspect that fuels speculation is the surprising uniformity of the chisel marks found throughout the caves. These marks are consistent throughout the chambers, covering walls, pillars, and ceilings symmetrically, almost decoratively. The precision of the carvings suggests an advanced construction technique, possibly even a lost technology. Some theorize that these marks were not made with traditional hand tools, but with a more sophisticated method, perhaps a lost ancient machine or a technique unknown to modern archaeology. Others have drawn comparisons with megalithic sites worldwide, noting that civilizations separated by great distances have often shown similar and inexplicable feats of engineering. Some theories delve into more unorthodox territory, suggesting the Long U caves were built using sound frequencies or some form of ancient vibratory technology that softened the stone, making excavation easier. While this may seem far-fetched, modern experiments have shown that sound waves can affect the structural integrity of materials. Could the ancient builders of Long U have known something we don't? Others speculate that the caves could have been intentionally filled with water, serving as reservoirs or even as reflecting pools for celestial observations. Some of the floors of the caves contain sunken channels, almost as if they had been designed for the movement of water, but irrigation systems have never been found. Were the caves destined to be flooded? If so, what was their function when submerged? Despite various excavation attempts, archaeologists remain baffled. No bones, ceramics, or writings have been found, nothing relating the caves to a group or purpose. The total absence of historical references is especially strange, given China's extensive written documentation. If such an enormous project was carried out, why does no document, legend, or historical text mention it in a country with rich documentation? Something as significant as the creation of these vast underground chambers should have left some trace, but it has not, and the mystery becomes deeper, as does the curiosity of those who visit the place. Some believe that the answer lies in the still unexplored sections of the caves, hidden behind walls yet to be excavated. The caves remain a silent enigma, their creators lost in time. Long U is not the only inexplicable structure in China. Deep in the heart of Alexandria, another ancient mystery remained buried for centuries, a black sarcophagus sealed for over 2,000 years. When it was finally opened in 2018, no one was prepared for what was inside. Let's delve into the history of Alexandria's black sarcophagus under the busy streets of Alexandria, Egypt. A 2018 discovery captured world attention. A huge black sarcophagus sealed for over 2,000 years was unearthed by construction workers. Unlike the ornate tombs of pharaohs, this one was completely black, unmarked, and plain. It was the largest sealed sarcophagus ever found in Alexandria, and no one knew what was inside. Some believed that it could contain the remains of Alexander the Great. Others thought that it could belong to an unknown noble or a military leader, but when the archaeologists opened it, the reality was much stranger than anyone expected. Alexandria has always been a city full of mysteries, founded by Alexander the Great in 331. See, much of its ancient history has been lost under the modern city and the waters of the Mediterranean. But from time to time, something comes to light that remained buried for centuries. The black sarcophagus was found during routine excavations in the Sidi Gabor district, an area known for its archaeological importance. The moment the construction workers found something solid underground, it became clear that this was no ordinary find. The sarcophagus was enormous. It measured 27 meters long, over 15 meters wide, and over 18 meters high. It was made entirely of black granite and sealed with an unusually thick layer of mortar, meaning it had remained completely intact since antiquity. Given its size and the effort to seal it, archaeologists speculated that it must contain someone of great importance. Some even suggested it could finally be the lost tomb of Alexander the Great, whose burial place has never been found since he built the city that bears his name. Many have speculated that he was buried somewhere beneath it, but another theory made some hesitate about disturbing the tomb. The idea that ancient tombs are cursed is not new, and stories of misfortune after their opening have been told for centuries, from the so-called curse of King Tut to unexplained deaths surrounding other discoveries. There is no shortage of disturbing speculation. Some locals even warned that opening the sarcophagus would unleash something ancient and dangerous. Despite the warnings, the archaeologists continued. The world was watching, and the possibility of a major historical finding was too great to ignore. But opening the sarcophagus was not easy. The lid's weight, estimated at over 15 tons, required heavy machinery to lift it. The moment it was opened, an unbearable stench filled the air. Instead of treasures or a well-preserved mummy, the team found something disturbing. The sarcophagus was filled with a murky red liquid in which the skeletal remains of 3 individuals floated. The liquid was a mixture of groundwater and decomposing human remains that had seeped in over the centuries, creating a gruesome, decaying sludge. The skeletons belonged to 2 men and a woman, but beyond that, little was immediately clear. What stood out was the absence of marks, inscriptions, or artifacts, something unusual for a tomb of this size. Most Egyptian burials included objects intended to accompany the dead into the afterlife, but this one had nothing. That absence only deepened the mystery. Who were these people? Why were they buried in such a huge, unmarked sarcophagus? Why had it been sealed so securely? Once the discovery became public, wild theories began to spread. Some people believed that the liquid inside had supernatural properties, leading to strange requests from people claiming they wanted to drink it to gain mystical powers. Others speculated that the burial was part of a lost ritual, possibly a failed mummification attempt, or some kind of punishment. The more rational explanations point to the possibility that the individuals inside were high-ranking military officers or nobles. The enormous size of the tomb suggested high status, but the lack of inscriptions or funerary objects indicated that something was unusual about the way they were buried. One theory suggested that they may have died suddenly, perhaps in an epidemic or battle, which would have led to a hasty and unceremonious burial. Another possibility is that the sarcophagus had been reused, as it was originally intended for someone important, but was then used as a mass grave. Despite all the speculation, no definitive answers were found. The skeletons were removed for study, and the sarcophagus was transported for preservation. Although it did not contain the remains of Alexander the Great, it remains one of the most mysterious tombs discovered in recent history. Its size, its disturbing content, and the questions surrounding its purpose make it an unparalleled discovery. But Egypt isn't the only place where strange, ancient relics have appeared. In a library in the Czech Republic, there's a book so large and unusual that legend claims it was written with the help of the devil himself. Next, the Bible of the Devil, a book so enormous, detailed, and unusual that for centuries people believe that it could not have been written by human hands alone. A book that contains a dark legend, according to which it was created with the help of the devil himself. This is the story of the Codex Gigas, better known as the Devil's Bible. The Codex Gigas is unlike any other medieval manuscript. It measures almost 1 meter high, weighs more than 75 kilograms, and is bound in wood and leather, but its size isn't the only thing that makes it mysterious. The book contains a complete Latin Bible, historical texts, medical knowledge, and exorcism rituals, all meticulously written in perfect, uniform handwriting. And in the center, there is something even stranger, a chilling, full-page portrait of the devil. The Bible of the Devil, was created at the beginning of the 13th century, probably in a Benedictine monastery in what is now the Czech Republic. But who wrote it and why remains a mystery. The most famous legend related to the book is one that has fascinated historians and paranormal enthusiasts alike. According to medieval accounts, The Codex Gigas was written by a monk who committed a terrible crime, and as punishment, was sentenced to being walled up alive and abandoned to his fate in total isolation. Desperate to escape his fate, he made a promise. He would create the largest and most magnificent book the world had ever seen, one that would glorify God and contain all human knowledge, and he would do it in a single night. The task was impossible even for the most skilled scribe, but as the night progressed, the monk realized that he would not finish in time. Faced with death, he turned to the only being who could help him, Satan. The story goes that he made a pact with the devil, offering his soul in exchange for finishing the book before dawn. The Codex Gigas was perfectly written and had an impeccable design. As a sign of his pact, the monk dedicated an entire page to his new master, drawing a terrifying, full-body image of the devil. It is a fascinating legend, but could there be any truth behind it? One of the most puzzling aspects of the Codex Gigas is its uniform writing. Experts have analyzed each page and discovered that the text appears to be the work of a single person. There are no notable differences in style, no interruptions in the flow of the ink, and according to modern estimates, writing a book of this size by hand should have taken at least 25 to 30 years, but the consistency suggests that it was completed in an incredibly short period. How could one person write all that with such precision? Also strange. Next to biblical texts, it includes forbidden knowledge, details of exorcisms, medical remedies, and even writings on demonology. Some believe that this mixture of sacred and arcane knowledge points to something more than simple religious devotion. The portrait of the devil only deepens the mystery, since it does not resemble any other religious work of art of the time, showing Satan in a crouching position, with clawed fingers, an elongated tongue, and bright red eyes. Some believe that the drawing itself has a sinister presence, while others speculate that it is a warning, a message left by the monk about the price he paid. But if the book was not created by supernatural means, how could one person carry out such an enormous task? One theory is that the monk responsible for the Codex Gigas could have suffered some kind of obsession or compulsion, what today we would call hypergraphia, an uncontrollable urge to write. Some researchers believe that he could have been in a form of religious isolation, dedicating his life completely to the manuscript. Another theory is that it was a collaborative effort, with later editions carefully concealed to maintain the illusion of a single author. However, there is no evidence that there were multiple collaborators, no changes in handwriting, ink, or style, and no corrections made over time. This has led some to suggest that the monk really worked alone, possibly for decades, perhaps under some unknown force that drove him. The Codex Gigas also has a history of misfortunes throughout the centuries. It has been looted, stolen, and moved to various countries, and was once kept in the Royal Library of Sweden, where it survived a great fire. Witnesses claim that when the library caught fire in the 19th century, the book was thrown out of a window to save it and landed safely below, barely damaged, while much of the library burned. Some took it as a sign that the book was protected by something. Today, the Devil's Bible is preserved in the National Library of Sweden under controlled conditions. Scholars continue to study its pages, but it still holds secrets that may never be fully understood. Who wrote it, how they did it, and why they dedicated an entire page to the devil. The answers remain lost to time. The Codex Gigas is a mystery locked between pages of ink and parchment, but not all mysteries are written. Some are carved into the earth itself, hidden under layers of time, waiting to be discovered. The next mystery is not about a single artifact or a cryptic book. It is about an entire civilization that simply disappeared, a culture that flourished for thousands of years before vanishing, leaving only fragments of its existence and a burning question: what happened to the Clovis people? The Clovis culture is one of the most enigmatic chapters in the prehistory of North America. It dates back to about 13,000 years ago, making it one of the oldest known civilizations on the continent. The Clovis people were skilled hunters known for their distinctive Clovis points, carefully crafted spear points found throughout North America. These tools, made of flint and stone, were so advanced that they suggest a society with shared knowledge, trade networks, and a deep understanding of the land. For centuries, archaeologists believe that the Clovis people were the first to set foot in America, arriving across the Bering Land Bridge from Siberia, but then they disappeared almost overnight. Their presence vanished from the archaeological record without leaving a clear explanation of why an entire civilization collapsed. The discovery of the Clovis culture dates back to the beginning of the 20th century, when distinctive spear points were found in Clovis, New Mexico, which gave the civilization its name. These tools were buried next to the remains of Ice Age animals, such as mammoths and bison, suggesting that the Clovis were skilled hunters of large animals that thrived in the harsh conditions of the last glaciation. As more Clovis deposits were discovered in the United States, Canada, and even parts of South America, it became clear that it was not a small, isolated group. The Clovis people were widespread and very successful, leaving behind signs of a prosperous, nomadic society. But then, about 12,800 years ago, Clovis artifacts abruptly disappeared from the archaeological record. There are no clear signs of war or mass famines, no obvious reasons why they would have ceased to exist. It is as if the culture evaporated, leaving only scattered tools and bones behind. This sudden disappearance has baffled archaeologists for decades, giving rise to many theories about what might have happened. One of the main theories is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which suggests that a comet or asteroid impacted North America about 12,800 years ago, causing massive environmental changes. According to this theory, the impact triggered forest fires that swept across the entire continent and launched so much debris into the air that it caused a rapid return to Ice Age conditions. This sudden climate change, known as the Younger Dryas cooling event, would have devastated the Clovis people's food sources, wiping out the large animals they fed on and causing their way of life to collapse. Evidence of this cataclysm has been found in the form of a black layer, a thin layer of carbon-rich sediment found at Clovis archaeological sites. This layer contains high levels of nanodiamonds that some scientists believe resulted from an extraterrestrial impact. If this is true, the Clovis culture could have been one of the first human societies to fall victim to a global disaster. Another possibility is that the Clovis people did not disappear completely, but adapted and merged with other emerging cultures. Some archaeologists suggest that the large animals that served as food for the Clovis could have been hunted to extinction, which would have led to food shortages and, therefore, disappeared but adapted and merged with other emerging cultures. Some archaeologists suggest that, as large Ice Age animals became extinct, such as mammoths and mastodons, the Clovis people were forced to change their way of life. Instead of relying on big game hunting, they may have switched to hunting smaller prey and adopting new survival strategies. This adaptation could have led to the emergence of new cultures, such as the Folsom, which appear in the archaeological record shortly after the Clovis. If this is true, then the Clovis people did not disappear but evolved, leaving behind their old customs and becoming something new. However, there is another, more disturbing theory that suggests the Clovis people were annihilated by an unknown catastrophe. Some researchers point to evidence of ancient megafaunal extinctions that occurred around the same time the Clovis people disappeared. Mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and giant ground sloths disappeared in a short period, leading some to speculate that what caused their extinction may also have wiped out the Clovis culture. Whether it was a disease, competition with other human groups, or an environmental disaster, something erased them from history with astonishing speed. However, there are even stranger clues that complicate the story further. A growing body of evidence suggests that humans may have been in America long before the Clovis people arrived. Sites such as Monte Verde in Chile and the Galt site in Texas contain artifacts dating back thousands of years before those of Clovis, which calls into question the deeply rooted belief that they were the first Americans. If other groups already existed, who were the Clovis really? Then, were they an isolated culture, or were they part of a broader migration of people whose history has been lost? Some suggest that they could be the remains of an even older civilization that existed before the last glaciation and was erased from history by a disaster. Despite the numerous theories, We can only speculate. The fate of the Clovis people remains one of archaeology's greatest enigmas. Did they succumb to climate change alone? Were they victims of a cosmic disaster then? Or did they simply integrate into other cultures, leaving behind only fragments of their existence? The truth remains buried, locked in the soil of ancient America still. The Clovis people disappeared, leaving behind tools, bones, and unanswered questions about their fate. Were they annihilated by a sudden cataclysm, or did they slowly fade into darkness, their descendants blending into later civilizations? The past is full of stories like this, cultures that arose, flourished, and disappeared, leaving behind little more than clues for us to decipher. But sometimes what they leave behind is not just bones or artifacts. Sometimes they leave something that completely defies logic. Scattered throughout the lush rainforests and ancient riverbanks of Costa Rica lie dozens of enormous, nearly perfect stone spheres, half buried in the earth. They are not irregular, deformed rocks shaped by nature. They are man-made objects, carved with precision and with an almost impossible symmetry. Some weigh more than 15 tons, but no one knows who made them, how they were transported, or why they exist. These mysterious objects, known as the stone spheres of Costa Rica, have baffled archaeologists for nearly a century. The story of these spheres began in the 1930s, when workers from the United Fruit Company were clearing land in the Dasoba Delta for banana plantations. As they cut through the dense jungle, they began to discover these enormous stone spheres, some perfectly round, others slightly worn, but all strangely out of place. Some were grouped in apparent patterns, while others stood alone, buried under centuries of sediment. At first, the workers did not know what to think. Some thought they were natural formations, while others believed they contained hidden treasures inside. In their enthusiasm, several spheres were blown up with dynamite, but they revealed nothing. No gold, no artifacts, just solid stone. When news of the discovery spread, archaeologists arrived to study them closely. The spheres were unlike anything found before anywhere in the region. They had a size that varied from a few centimeters to more than 2.5 meters in diameter, and many were carved with such precision that they seemed almost mathematically perfect. What made their creation even more surprising was the material with which they were made. Granoderite, a hard volcanic rock that is not found naturally near the places where the spheres were unearthed. This meant that they had to have been extracted, molded, and transported, a feat that would have required knowledge of advanced engineering and tools. So who made them? One of the most accepted theories is that they were created by the Diquis culture, an indigenous civilization that prospered in Costa Rica between the years 700 and 1530 AD. The people of the Diquis were known for their sophisticated work in metal, ceramics, and stone carvings. But nothing else in their archaeological records suggests that they had the capacity or reason to create something as enormous and precise as these spheres. There are no written records, and the civilization of the Diquis collapsed before contact with the Europeans, leaving behind only these silent and unmarked relics. Theories about their purpose vary. Some believe they were status symbols that marked the houses of important or high-ranking officials. Others suggest that they were astronomical markers aligned with the movements of the sun and stars. Some spheres were found in alignments that point to a possible celestial purpose, but without written records this remains speculative. Other more marginal theories propose that the spheres had a ritual or spiritual meaning, possibly representing the cosmos or the cycle of life and death. Some indigenous legends speak of the spheres as thunderstones created by the gods to protect the earth. Others claim that they were part of a lost network of ley lines, energy channels supposedly harnessed by ancient civilizations. One of the most intriguing theories is that the spheres were used for navigation. Some researchers have suggested that they could have been part of an ancient mapping system used by early civilizations to mark important places, trade routes, or sacred sites. This would explain why some of them are found in groups, while others appear isolated. Adding to the mystery, no tools or quarries have been found that explain how these stones were shaped. Granoderite is an extremely hard rock, which means that even with modern tools, shaping it into perfect spheres would be a difficult and time-consuming task. Some researchers believe that the Dequis people may have used a combination of fire and water to weaken the rock before slowly carving it with stone tools. But even this does not fully explain their precision. The idea that they could have been moved over long distances is equally perplexing. Some spheres were kilometers away from any known source of granodiorite, suggesting that they were rolled, dragged, or transported on wooden platforms without wheels or pack animals. Moving these huge stones would have required organized effort and a deep understanding of physics. The lack of definitive answers has led to more speculative theories, some of them bordering on the bizarre. Some claim that the spheres were manufactured with the help of extraterrestrials using advanced technology that has since been lost. Others suggest that they are remains of a lost civilization prior to the people of the Dequis and that left no other trace of its existence. Although these ideas remain marginal in conventional archaeology, they highlight how little we really know about these mysterious objects. Over time, many of the spheres were removed from their original locations and taken to museums, private collections, or simply moved by farmers and landowners who did not realize their historical significance, which has made it difficult to study their original location, which adds another layer of mystery to their purpose. Today, some of the remaining spheres are protected as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but many have been lost or irreparably damaged. Despite decades of research, the stone spheres of Costa Rica remain an unsolved enigma. Were they symbols of power, celestial marks, or something completely different? We may never know. However, what is clear is that they represent an extraordinary level of craftsmanship and ingenuity, which challenges our understanding of ancient societies. However, they are not the only lost structures that defy all explanation around the world. Entire cities and temples have disappeared, swallowed by the sea, buried under layers of earth, or simply erased from history. On the southeast coast of India, a legend has persisted for centuries that speaks of a large temple complex built with such beauty that the gods themselves became jealous and threw it into the ocean. This is the mystery of the 7 pagodas of Mahabalipuram, a story of lost temples, ancient engineering, and a modern discovery that could prove the legend true. Mahabalipuram, also known as Mamallapuram, is a historic city in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu, located along the Bay of Bengal. Today it is famous for its impressive rock-cut temples, its intricate carvings, and its monolithic structures dating back more than 1,300 years. These temples, built during the Pallava dynasty in the 7th and 8th centuries, are known for their impressive craftsmanship and unique architectural style. But for centuries, local fishermen and travelers spoke of something more: a lost city beneath the waves, an entire series of temples that once stood proudly on the coast before disappearing without a trace. Legend has it that there were 7 magnificent pagodas whose towers rose to the sky, dazzling anyone who saw them. But the gods, angered by their greatness, sent a great flood that drowned all but one. The only temple that survived, the Shore Temple, still stands today, an impressive structure located on the edge of the sea, eroded by centuries of salt and wind. But was it really part of a larger lost complex? For years, historians debated whether the legend was simply mythology, a story passed down from generation to generation without any real basis. But in 2004, everything changed. That year, one of the most powerful tsunamis in history struck the Indian Ocean, devastating coastlines and reshaping the entire landscape. When the waves receded on the coasts of Mahabalipuram, something surprising was revealed. Large stone structures, carved pillars, blocks, and what appeared to be the foundations of a temple suddenly became visible, exposed for the first time in centuries. Witnesses described seeing huge walls and sculptures with intricate carvings. Untouched by time, the discovery immediately caught the attention of archaeologists and marine researchers, who launched underwater explorations to investigate what they had found. They confirmed that something truly ancient lay beneath the waves. The diving teams explored the seabed and identified multiple submerged structures, some arranged in what appeared to be organized formations. Intricately carved stone blocks, relics, and evidence of artificial foundations suggested that a larger settlement or a temple complex that had been swallowed by the ocean had been erected there. Some of the structures were found several hundred meters from the coast, buried under layers of sand and marine growth. This discovery shook the archaeological community. The idea that entire cities or temple complexes could be hidden under the sea was no longer just folklore. It was reality. So, what happened to the lost temples at Mahabalipuram? One theory suggests they were destroyed by a massive natural disaster, possibly a tsunami or rising sea levels that gradually consumed the coastline over centuries. Given Mahabalipuram's location along the Bay of Bengal, it is susceptible to coastal erosion and flooding. Some experts believe that the temples were not all destroyed at once, but slowly reclaimed by the sea over hundreds of years, leaving only the temple on the coast standing as a reminder of what once was. Another theory links the lost temples to the legendary Kumari Kandam, a mythical continent said to exist in the Indian Ocean. Some ancient Tamil legends speak of a highly advanced civilization submerged in a great flood, similar to the myth of Atlantis. Although there is no definitive evidence of such a landmass, the stories persist, fueling speculation that the lost temples of Mahabalipuram could be part of something even bigger. There is also the possibility that these temples were deliberately abandoned as dynasties changed and new rulers focused their attention elsewhere. Over time, the remaining structures may have been weakened by storms, earthquakes, and the gradual invasion of the sea, slowly disappearing beneath the waves. But one of the most intriguing aspects of the legend of the Seven Pagodas is the idea that some of the submerged structures remain intact, hidden beyond the reach of modern exploration. The 2004 tsunami offered a brief glimpse of what might be there, but since then, shifting sands and powerful tides have once again hidden much of it underwater. Archaeology is still a developing field, and new technologies like sonar mapping and remotely operated vehicles could one day help uncover the full extent of the lost temples of Mahabalipuram. Some researchers believe that more expeditions could reveal the foundations of entire temples, submerged sculptures, and possibly even ancient inscriptions that would tell us more about who built these structures and why they were lost. For now, the Temple of the Coast remains a solitary sentinel, standing where the land meets the sea and guarding the secrets of its long-lost companions. But the discovery of the underwater ruins has forever changed how we see this place. What was once dismissed as mere legend now has physical evidence proving that the ocean holds much more of our history than we ever imagined. And Mahabalipuram is not the only place where ancient ruins have been swallowed by the sea. Around the world, entire cities have disappeared beneath the waves, leaving behind scattered ruins and whispered stories. Off the coasts of Europe, under the waves of the North Sea, lies evidence of a greater loss. A land that once connected Great Britain to mainland Europe, teeming with life and home to thousands of people, until one day it disappeared. This is the story of Doggerland, the prehistoric civilization lost to time and tides, a place where humans thrived before nature erased it completely. Tens of thousands of years ago, the world was a very different place. Much of the Earth's water was covered by huge ice sheets that lowered sea levels and exposed huge land masses that are now hidden under the oceans. One of these lost lands was Doggerland, a vast expanse that once connected present-day Great Britain, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany. It was not just an arid plain, but a thriving ecosystem, a landscape of rolling hills, wide rivers, and dense forests. For thousands of years, it was home to early humans, hunter-gatherers who followed migrating herds, fished in its waters, and built their lives in a world now lost beneath the sea. The first indications of Doggerland's existence did not come from history books or ancient texts, but from fishermen. For centuries, trawlers fishing the North Sea have brought strange artifacts, tools, bones, and even ancient skulls to the surface, all unearthed by the sea. Some of these remains belong to animals such as woolly mammoths and saber-toothed tigers, while others clearly came from human beings, proving that at some point there were people who walked this submerged world. However, it was not until the 20th century that scientists began to understand what they were dealing with. Advances in sonar mapping and underwater archaeology revealed something surprising: an entire prehistoric landscape, frozen in time beneath the waves. Riverbeds, hills, and even faint outlines of what may have been settlements were mapped under the North Sea. What was once a lush and habitable land was now a vast, empty seabed. So what happened? Doggerland disappeared not overnight, but through a slow and relentless process. As the Ice Age ended and temperatures rose, the glaciers melted, causing sea levels to rise slowly year after year. The water seeped in, forcing its inhabitants to retreat. But then, about 8,000 years ago, something catastrophic happened, an event that sealed Doggerland's fate. It is known as the Storegga landslide, one of the largest underwater landslides ever recorded. Somewhere off the coast of Norway, a huge chunk of the seabed collapsed, triggering a mega tsunami. Walls of water more than 9 meters high crashed against the coast of Doggerland, swallowing villages, drowning forests, and wiping out entire communities. What had been an extensive land bridge between Great Britain and Europe was suddenly isolated, fragmented into islands, before disappearing completely beneath the waves. For the people who lived there, the Storegga tsunami must have been apocalyptic. Some may have survived by fleeing to higher ground in Great Britain or mainland Europe, but others were likely trapped by the waves, their homes and lives washed away in hours. And so, Doggerland disappeared. But could there still be some hidden remains under the sea? The North Sea is a relentless place for archaeologists. Its waters are murky, and its seabed is constantly changing. But over the years, new discoveries have continued to appear. Human tools, fragments of wooden structures, and even ancient footprints preserved in the mud that offer a vision of the lives of the last inhabitants of Doggerland. In 2018, researchers using advanced sonar detected what appeared to be evidence of ancient human settlements buried under sediment layers. Some even believe that entire villages or even burial sites could still be there, perfectly preserved beneath the seabed. But perhaps the most important question is whether Doggerland can ever be fully explored. Unlike other lost civilizations, this one is hidden under a shallow but treacherous sea, where storms and currents make underwater exploration incredibly difficult, even with modern technology. Much of it remains beyond our reach, a ghostly landscape buried beneath the North Sea. Still, the legend of Doggerland continues to grow. Some researchers believe that it was the inspiration for later myths, the idea of a sunken homeland, a civilization that was once great and was lost beneath the waves. Could it be that stories of a lost land, transmitted from generation to generation, ended up transforming into the legend of Atlantis? For now, Doggerland remains a land of speculation, a place that we know existed, but that we will never really visit. The discovery of the lost civilization of Doggerland demonstrates how much of our history lies under the waves. Entire worlds that we never knew existed, erased by time and nature. But sometimes history is not hidden under the sea. Sometimes it appears in the most unexpected places, buried under the ground, waiting to rewrite everything we thought we knew. This takes us to a small but incredibly controversial artifact: the main penny, an object that, if authentic, could question the history of who really discovered North America. It was 1957 when Guy Melgren, an amateur archaeologist, came across something strange at an ancient Native American site in Muskegon Point, Maine. Among the stone tools, arrowheads, and ceramic fragments, there was a small, worn coin. At first glance, it looked like any other old piece of metal. Nothing special, but when the experts examined it more closely, they were shocked. The coin was not European, nor did it come from any early colonial settlement, but was identified as a Nordic penny dating back to the reign of Olaf Kyrre, a Viking king who ruled Norway from 1067 to 1093 AD. In other words, a Viking artifact found in Maine. At first, the discovery seemed impossible, since the official history of America tells us that Nordic explorers like Leif Erikson may have briefly visited parts of Canada around the year 1000 AD and established an ephemeral settlement in L'Anse aux Meadows in Newfoundland, but there is no record of the Vikings reaching so far south, much less of leaving coins. So, how did a medieval Nordic artifact end up buried at an ancient Native American site in New England? One theory suggests that the Vikings traveled much further than we thought, even reaching and setting foot on what is now Maine. If that were true, it would expand the known limits of Viking exploration. Could have gotten there from Canada, passing from hand to hand along generations? If so, the Vikings may never have set foot in Maine, and the coins simply traveled along ancient trade routes. But not everyone believes that the Maine penny is authentic. Skeptics argue that the discovery was a mistake or a blatant deception. Some point out that no other Nordic artifacts were found at the site. No weapons, tools, or ceramics, just the coin. If the Vikings had been there, there would be more evidence. Others wonder if the coin was placed there by someone looking to create a mystery. However, tests carried out on the Maine penny have confirmed that it is an authentic Nordic coin from the 11th century, not a modern forgery. The only question is how it got there, and the Maine penny is not the only mysterious coin that has appeared where it should not. Other strange discoveries have perplexed historians, hinting at possible pre-Columbian contact with America. One of these cases is that of the Roman coins found in Texas and Venezuela in the 1950s. A collector claimed to have discovered a hoard of ancient Roman coins in a small town in Texas, while another set of coins supposedly appeared near a river in Venezuela. These coins, which date from more than 1,000 years before Columbus, have fueled speculation about whether Roman sailors or shipwreck survivors could have reached America centuries before anyone thought possible. Then there is the case of the Oak Island coins from the infamous Oak Island, an alleged treasure site off the coast of Nova Scotia, which has yielded strange artifacts over the years, including coins of uncertain origin. Some seem to come from Europe, but their exact age and how they arrived on the island remains a mystery. Were they left by early explorers or pirates? Or are they simply later deposits that have been misinterpreted? Perhaps the most puzzling case is that of the Japanese coins found in Kenya, in the ruins of a centuries-old Swahili settlement on the coast. Archaeologists discovered medieval Japanese coins. The presence of these coins, which date from the Edo period of Japan, suggests that early trade networks could have connected Africa and Asia in ways we never imagined. Although this is not directly related to the Vikings or North America, it does demonstrate that ancient coins often appear in places where they apparently have no logical reason to exist. The question of who arrived first in America is one of the biggest current debates in archaeology. The discovery of the Maine penny, along with other unusual findings, forces us to reconsider the accepted chronology of exploration. If the Vikings were here, were they the first, or could other civilizations have arrived, such as the Phoenicians, the Romans, or even the Chinese explorers, arrived much earlier than Columbus? Some researchers even argue that small, forgotten trips may have taken place, of which there is hardly any record. The Maine penny remains a tempting clue in this historical puzzle. It may not be definitive proof of Viking settlement in Maine, but it raises some uncomfortable questions. If a single coin can change history, what other forgotten artifacts are still waiting to be found? The past is full of enigmas, artifacts, and structures that defy all explanation and call into question what we thought we knew about ancient civilizations. The Maine penny is just one of the many clues that suggest history is much more complex than we thought, but not all mysteries have to do with lost artifacts or unexplored lands. Some mysteries are right in front of us, carved into the stones of the past, and one of the most shocking is found in the heart of Egypt. The unfinished obelisk of Aswan, a monument that, had it been completed, would have been the largest of its kind, but for some reason the ancient Egyptians abandoned it, leaving it frozen in time, still half-carved into the rock. Aswan, Egypt, is home to some of the most remarkable feats of ancient engineering. It was here, in the vast quarries along the Nile, that the Egyptians cut the colossal blocks of stone used to build their temples and obelisks. These quarries provided the raw material for some of the world's most iconic structures, including the great temples of Karnak and Luxor, but among them, one stands out, not for having been completed, but for never having been. The unfinished obelisk, lies embedded in the rock, partially carved and cracked, an abandoned giant that measures more than 42 meters long and weighs approximately 1,200 tons. If it had been finished and erected, it would have been the tallest and heaviest obelisk in Egypt, larger than any of those currently found in places like Karnak or even in Rome, where many Egyptian obelisks were later transported. However, for unknown reasons, it was left unfinished and forgotten for thousands of years. Historians estimate that the obelisk was being carved during the reign of Queen Hatshepsut, one of the most powerful and mysterious pharaohs of Egypt, who ruled in the 15th century AC, and was known for ambitious construction projects. Hatshepsut commissioned some of the most impressive temples and monuments of the time, including the famous obelisks that are still preserved in Karnak. But, unlike these, this one never left the quarry. The most accepted theory about why the obelisk was left unfinished is that a huge crack appeared in the stone while the workers were carving it from the bedrock. This defect would have made its transport or erection impossible, which would have rendered the project useless. The Egyptians, known for their precision and skill in stone carving, may have decided that instead of wasting time trying to save it, they would abandon it and start again elsewhere. However, some scholars believe that the story is not so simple. The Egyptians were masters in the work of stone, and their techniques for extracting and moving massive stone blocks were very advanced for their time. Some believe that if the crack were the only problem, they could have found a way to reuse parts of the obelisk, instead of abandoning it completely. This raises the question of whether there was another reason to abandon it. An alternative theory is that the project was cursed or considered an omen. The ancient Egyptians were deeply spiritual and believed that divine signs could dictate the fate of projects. If a major crack appeared, it could be interpreted as a warning from the gods, an indication that the obelisk should never be completed. In a civilization where religious beliefs were intertwined with daily life, such a signal may have been taken seriously. Others suggest that the obelisk was simply too ambitious, even though the Egyptians had successfully transported huge obelisks before this one, which was significantly larger than any other previously attempted. Moving an object of this size and weight would have required a high level of planning and labor. Some experts speculate that, once the magnitude of the challenge became apparent, the project was abandoned for more practical ventures. What makes the unfinished obelisk even more fascinating is what it reveals about ancient Egypt's stone extraction techniques. The site shows clear evidence of how these monuments were carved using a method that is still not fully understood. The Egyptians did not use metal chisels to cut the granite, but used dor, a type of hard stone, to hit the rock. The workers would have meticulously chipped the stone with doit balls, creating deep trenches around the obelisk to free it from the bedrock. There are also curious tool marks and trenches visible along the obelisk, evidence of an ancient workplace frozen in time. Some researchers believe that studying these marks can help us better understand how the Egyptians managed to build and move their huge stone structures, techniques that are still debated by historians and engineers today. But there are even stranger aspects to the obelisk that, according to some, suggest advanced or lost technology. The shape of the stone is so precise that some suggest the possibility of tools or methods that we do not understand. Did the Egyptians have knowledge of construction techniques that have been lost to history? Some alternative theorists propose that advanced methods, possibly with high-powered tools or techniques that we have not yet rediscovered, may have played a role in the extraction and shaping these immense structures, despite the majority explanations. The unfinished obelisk has given rise to various theories. Some researchers wonder if the Egyptians were able to move stones of such size using only wooden sleds, ropes, and labor. This has led to speculation about the possibility that they had help from an unknown source, whether it was an ancient technology yet to be discovered, an advanced civilization prior to them, or even theories that delve into more controversial territory, such as extraterrestrial intervention. Although these ideas are often dismissed by mainstream scholars, it is undeniable that the techniques used to build many of Egypt's great monuments remain a mystery even today. Engineers debate how some of these structures were created and how blocks weighing hundreds of tons were lifted with primitive tools, also why there are so many unfinished or abandoned projects, such as the unfinished obelisk. Another idea suggests that the unfinished obelisk was not abandoned, but was intentionally left. Could have been a training ground for quarry workers. Some archaeologists believe that the workers practiced on the obelisk before moving on to smaller projects. This would explain why the site is covered in tool marks and trenches, evidence of generations of workers perfecting their skills. Others speculate that the abandonment of the obelisk could be due to a change in political power, if Queen Hatshepsut was overthrown or if priorities shifted to other construction projects. The labor could have simply been redirected, leaving the huge monument frozen in time. Today, the unfinished obelisk of Aswan stands as a silent reminder of both the ambition and the limits of ancient civilizations. It is a place where time seems to stop, where visitors still can see the marks left by the hands that worked on it thousands of years ago. Whether it was abandoned due to a structural failure, religious superstitions, or simple practical reasons, the obelisk offers us an unusual vision of an ancient world, a world that was both incredibly advanced and, at the same time, still subject to the laws of nature. It remains one of the greatest mysteries of ancient engineering, a testament to what could have been if history had been different. And yet, it is just one of the many anomalies that exist around the world. Places and objects that defy all explanation, structures that hint at a deeper and perhaps forgotten past. The unfinished obelisk of Aswan remains a clear reminder of the feats of ancient engineering that were left incomplete, but what happens when an artifact is discovered, not only carved in stone, but completely inscribed with secrets that we still cannot decipher. From a mystery carved in rock, we move on to another that could hold the key to a hidden treasure or something more mysterious. The Copper Scroll, an artifact unlike any other found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, is not a religious text, a historical record, or a prophecy, but appears to be a treasure map engraved on metal rather than on delicate parchment, listing vast, in places that no one has managed to identify. What is this ancient document? Who wrote it? And, most importantly, where is the treasure it speaks of? The Copper Scroll was first discovered in 1952 in a cave in Qumran, the same archaeological site where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. But while the other scrolls were written on papyrus or animal skin and contained biblical texts, laws, and commentaries, this one was different. Instead of being carefully written on parchment, it was carved on thin sheets of copper, so fragile that they had to be carefully unrolled in parts. The language, although related to Hebrew, was unusual, as if it had been written in a shand or code, and the content, unlike everything discovered until then, was not about theology or prophecies, like the religious texts found in the vicinity, but seemed like an inventory with more than 60 locations, each of which supposedly contained caches of gold, silver, and other valuable treasures. The enormous amount described is astonishing, with an estimated value in billions of current dollars. But despite decades of searching, no one has found any of the treasures it describes. Some scholars believe that these riches were hidden by the Jewish people during the Roman siege of Jerusalem in 70 AD, and that perhaps they belonged to the Great Temple of Solomon or to the Second Temple before its destruction. Others maintain that they predate the Roman era and relate them to even older Jewish priestly sects or to the mysterious Essenes who lived in Qumran. The theories about the origin of the Copper Scrolls are as varied as the treasure hunters who have tried to decipher it. Some believe that it is an authentic record of hidden riches, a last desperate attempt to preserve sacred treasures before they were lost to the invading forces. If it were true, it could be one of the greatest hidden treasures in history. Others maintain that it is a falsification or a symbolic text that should never have been interpreted literally. They claim that the language is too strange, the locations too vague, and the amounts of gold and silver too extravagant to be real. Could the Copper Scroll be an ancient hoax? Or was it a real map whose indications have been lost over time? One of the greatest challenges to unveiling the secrets of the Copper Scroll is the locations themselves. The text refers to places that no longer exist or whose names have changed over the centuries. Unlike other historical treasure maps, which often contain landmarks or geographical clues, the descriptions in the Copper Scroll are frustratingly cryptic. It speaks of tunnels, pools, courtyards, and tombs, but without exact coordinates. Each expedition ends in failure. In the years after its discovery, treasure hunters and archaeologists have combed the region, hoping to find even a small fraction of the riches it describes. Some have claimed to find possible locations, but none have yielded conclusive results. The biggest mystery remains whether the treasure was real, whether it has already been found and stolen, or whether it is still out there, hidden beneath the sands of the Middle East. There's also the question of why the Copper Scroll was made of metal, since all the other Dead Sea Scrolls were written on fragile materials intended to be kept and read by a select group of scholars or religious figures. But the Copper Scroll was designed to last. Whoever created it must have wanted it to withstand the passage of time, possibly as a last resort to ensure that the location of the treasure was not forgotten. The effort involved in engraving these words on metal suggests that what it described was of the utmost importance. If the Copper Scroll is real and the treasure remains unfound, it could be one of the most amazing discoveries in history. The enormous amounts of gold and silver preserved for thousands of years could completely change our understanding of ancient economies and religious institutions. But if it is a hoax or a misunderstanding, it will remain one of the most elaborate and perplexing mysteries of the ancient world. Was this scroll a desperate act of a people on the verge of destruction, a message from an unknown civilization, or simply a riddle designed to mislead anyone who tried to follow its trail? The Copper Scroll remains an unsolved enigma, a tantalizing glimpse into a past filled with hidden riches and unanswered questions. But sometimes the greatest mysteries are not written on metal or parchment, but in the ruins of an entire civilization. A civilization so advanced, so ahead of its time, that its sudden disappearance leaves more questions than answers. From the deserts of the Middle East, we now turn our attention east to the extensive ruins of one of the greatest lost civilizations in history, the Indus Valley Civilization. This was an ancient world of prosperous cities, complex infrastructure, and a culture that rivaled Mesopotamia and Egypt. However, despite its achievements, it disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a mystery that has baffled historians and archaeologists for more than a century. The Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Harappan Civilization, flourished between 3300 and 1300 BCC in what is now Pakistan and northwestern India. It was one of the first and most advanced in the ancient world, with its main cities, Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, showing remarkable urban planning. Unlike other ancient cities that grew chaotically over time, the Indus cities were precisely designed. They had wide streets arranged in grids, sophisticated drainage systems, multi-story buildings built with uniform bricks, and even public baths, suggesting a society with an advanced sanitation system and a deep understanding of public health. Perhaps most surprising is that there is no trace of palaces, massive temples, or ruling elites dominating society, which is unusual among ancient civilizations. There were no towering pyramids like in Egypt, no vast ziggurats like in Mesopotamia, no monuments glorifying kings. This suggests that the Indus Valley Civilization may have been remarkably egalitarian, with a system of government that remains unknown. Its economy prospered thanks to trade, which reached as far as Mesopotamia, where products such as beads, textiles, and ceramics have been found. They had a writing system, one of the great writing systems of the ancient world. Unlike cuneiform or hieroglyphics, the Indus script remains a mystery, without a Rosetta Stone to unlock its secrets. What stories could these lost texts tell us about their people? What knowledge was lost with its collapse? For almost 2,000 years, the Indus Valley Civilization flourished, but then, around 1900 BCC, something happened. Their cities began to decline, and by 1300 BCC, they were abandoned. Their once prosperous metropolises were left in ruins. But why? Unlike other civilizations that fell due to wars or internal collapses, there is no definitive evidence of a violent end for the Indus people. There are no mass graves from a catastrophic battle, nor evidence of an invading army that exterminated them. Instead, it seems as if they simply vanished. The theories about the fall of the civilization of the Valley of the Indians are numerous, but none offers a clear answer. Some scholars believe that environmental changes played a key role. The once powerful Sarasvati River, believed to have been a crucial water source for the civilization, may have dried up or shifted due to tectonic activity. Without water, agriculture would have collapsed, forcing people to abandon their cities. Similarly, climate change may have caused prolonged droughts, making survival increasingly difficult. In recent years, there is evidence of a gradual shift towards smaller, less urbanized settlements, suggesting a slow, painful decline rather than a sudden catastrophe. Another theory suggests that the civilization may have been the victim of an economic collapse. The Indus people depended heavily on trade with Mesopotamia and other regions, and if those trade networks were disrupted by wars, political changes, or other factors, their economy could have weakened to the point that their cities could no longer sustain themselves. However, this alone does not explain the total abandonment of their urban centers. One of the most controversial theories involves an invasion. Some historians point to the arrival of the Aryans, a group of Indo-European nomads who migrated to the Indian subcontinent approximately at the same time that the Indus cities went into decline. The theory suggests that the Aryans might have invaded the Indus or simply occupied their abandoned cities. However, there is no concrete evidence of large-scale wars or destruction indicating a violent conquest. The lack of clear weapons or defensive fortifications suggests that the inhabitants of the Indus Valley were not a bellicose society, making it unlikely that they were completely annihilated by an invading force. There is also the possibility that disease played a role. Some researchers suggest that epidemics, possibly caused by unsanitary conditions or contact with new populations, could have led to widespread illness and death, forcing the survivors to disperse. This theory is speculative, but given the role that diseases have played in the collapse of other societies, it cannot be ruled out. Perhaps the most disturbing part of this mystery is the unsettling silence that followed the collapse. Unlike Egypt and Mesopotamia, where new rulers or invaders left records, the fall of the civilization of the Indus Valley left no written explanation. No one claimed responsibility. No stories were transmitted. It is as if they had simply ceased to exist. Their achievements were forgotten until modern excavations discovered their ruins. Even today, new discoveries continue to redefine what we know about this lost world. Archaeologists have discovered more sites in the Indus Valley, some even larger than Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, suggesting that this civilization was even more widespread than previously thought. However, despite more than a century of research, the fundamental mysteries remain unresolved. Who were the Indus? What happened to them? And why did one of the most advanced civilizations of its time simply disappear? The Indus Valley civilization remains one of the greatest enigmas of the ancient world, an advanced society that disappeared without a clear reason, leaving behind cities that were once full of life but are now plunged into an unsettling silence. The unanswered questions about their disappearance remind us how much of history remains beyond our reach, waiting to be discovered. But while the ruins of lost civilizations leave behind whispers of their ancient greatness, sometimes it is a simple object, something small, intricate, and incredibly ahead of its time, that defies everything we think we know about the past. And perhaps there is no better example of this than the Antikythera Mechanism, discovered in 1901 off the coast of Antikythera, a small Greek island in the Aegean Sea. The Antikythera Mechanism was found among the remains of an ancient shipwreck. At first, it didn't seem like much, a mass of corroded and piled metal that had spent almost 2,000 years under the sea. But upon carefully examining the artifact, researchers realized that they were facing something far more sophisticated than anything seen in the ancient world. Under the layers of rust and decomposition, hidden inside the encrusted metal, were the remains of a complex system of intricate gears, finely crafted and unlike anything known in antiquity. At the time of its discovery, a technology of this level was thought to be impossible in ancient Greece. But as scientists pieced together the fragments, it became clear that this was not just any artifact, but, in essence, an ancient analog computer, a device designed to predict astronomical positions and even eclipses with extraordinary precision. The level of craftsmanship required to create such a device suggested a knowledge of advanced engineering principles that would not officially reappear until at least 1,400 years later, during the Renaissance. The Antikythera Mechanism dates to around the year 100 BCE. Although some researchers believe it could be even older. The shipwreck that contained it probably sank between 7 and 60 BCE, transporting a precious cargo from the Mediterranean to Rome. It was probably an elite treasure, possibly belonging to a wealthy Greek or Roman or even a scientist of that time. But why was it never replicated? Why does nothing like it exist in the historical record? Modern reconstructions of the Antikythera Mechanism suggest that it contained at least 30 bronze gears, each intertwined to track the movement of celestial bodies. It could predict lunar and solar eclipses, track the phases of the moon, and even model the irregular movement of the moon based on what we now know as Kepler's laws, centuries before Johannes Kepler theorized them. Some researchers believe that it may also have been used to track the Olympic Games, as ancient inscriptions suggest that it followed a 4-year cycle, which means that whoever designed it had an astonishing knowledge of astronomy and mathematics far superior to what historians believe ancient civilizations possessed. Theories about the device's origins have led to endless debate. Some suggest that it was created by a lost genius, perhaps even the famous mathematician Archimedes, whose knowledge of mechanics was centuries ahead of his time. Others proposed it was the product of a whole school of thought, a forgotten lineage of Greek engineers whose work was lost to history when the Roman Empire took control of Greece. What is certain is that, after the Antikythera Mechanism, no similar device reappeared until the development of European astronomical clocks during the 14th century. So, how did such advanced knowledge simply disappear? One possible explanation is that the fall of ancient Greece and the subsequent dominion of Rome led to the loss of Greek technological advances. Unlike the Greeks, who placed great value on theoretical science, the Romans focused more on practical engineering, roads, aqueducts, military equipment. The destruction of scientific institutions, including the famous Library of Alexandria, may have contributed to erasing this knowledge. If the Antikythera Mechanism was part of a broader tradition of computational devices from ancient Greece, it is possible that its creators and their knowledge simply disappeared, leaving only this single surviving example. To further complicate the mystery, the question arises as to why nothing remotely similar has ever been found. The craftsmanship of the mechanism suggests that it was not the first of its kind, as it was too complex to be a unique invention. But if more devices of this type existed, where are they? Were they all lost at sea, like the one found in the shipwreck off Antikythera? Were they melted down to obtain their valuable metals, erasing them from history? Or is it possible that there are more hidden, waiting to be discovered in another long-forgotten shipwreck? Recent advances in imaging technology have allowed researchers to see deeper into the structure of the Antikythera Mechanism, revealing even more hidden gears and inscriptions. The more we learn about it, the more advanced it seems, challenging everything we thought we knew about ancient technology. Scientists have even tried to build functional models of the device, demonstrating that it worked with remarkable precision. But one question remains unanswered. Who built it, and how did they come up with such a complex design in an era when most civilizations still used simple sundials and water clocks? The Antikythera Mechanism is a testament to the forgotten genius of the ancient world, an object that challenges our perception of history and gives us clues about lost knowledge that was once within humanity's reach. If a mechanical computer capable of tracking celestial movements could disappear from historical records for almost 2 millennia, what else has been lost over time? The truth is that our past is plagued with gaps, civilizations that flourished and disappeared, leaving only fragmented clues of their existence. Few stories embody this enigma more than the legend of Aztlan, the supposed ancestral homeland of the Aztecs, an entire city that, if it ever existed, has never been found. Aztlan is often described as a mythical place, an origin story passed down from generation to generation. According to the Aztecs, their ancestors lived in a prosperous city surrounded by water before embarking on a great migration to the south, finally founding the empire that would become Tenochtitlan, present-day Mexico City. The name Aztlan translates as place of the herons or land of whiteness, although its exact meaning is the subject of debate. But what really makes Aztlan fascinating is the suggestion that it was not just a legend, but a real physical place that remains undiscovered. The search for Aztlan has lasted for centuries, with historians, archaeologists, and explorers proposing different theories about its location. Some believe it was somewhere in northern Mexico or the southwestern United States, possibly near the Colorado River or the Great Salt Lake. Others suggest that it could have been an island city in the Gulf of California or even a settlement now submerged in the Caribbean. But despite these theories, no definitive ruins or artifacts have been found that could be related to Aztlan. One of the most compelling theories is that Aztlan could have been located in present-day western Mexico, where several ancient cities flourished before the rise of the Aztec Empire. Some researchers point to the ruins of La Quemada, a mysterious fortified city in the state of Zacatecas, as a possible candidate. La Quemada is known for its defensive walls and massive stone structures, unlike anything else in the region. Could this have been the last vestige of Aztlan, abandoned as the Aztecs moved south? Although intriguing, there is no direct evidence linking La Quemada to the Aztec migration. Another possibility is that Aztlan was not a single city, but a broader cultural center, perhaps a confederation of tribes that gradually dispersed. It has been suggested that the ancient Hohokam civilization of Arizona, known for its impressive canal systems, could be a possible link. Their advanced irrigation techniques and sudden decline bear similarities to other vanished civilizations, leading some to speculate that the remnants of the people of Aztlan may have settled there before disappearing into obscurity. There is also the theory that Aztlan now lies beneath the ocean. Some researchers have drawn parallels between the legend of Aztlan and other lost lands, such as Doggerland in Europe or the submerged ruins off the coast of Cuba. Rising sea levels over thousands of years have engulfed many ancient settlements, and some speculate that Aztlan may have suffered a similar fate if it was an island city, as some descriptions suggest. So, the evidence of its existence could be buried under layers of sediment on the ocean floor. The connection between Aztlan and the myth of Atlantis has also been explored. Although there is no direct link between the two, both are described as great civilizations that were lost in time. Some fringe theories even suggest that Aztlan may have been part of a broader global network of ancient cultures predating known history. However, conventional archaeology has not yet found substantial evidence to support these claims. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the legend of Aztlan continues to captivate both researchers and storytellers. Some believe that the Aztecs themselves may have deliberately concealed the true location of their ancestral land, whether for religious reasons or to consolidate their identity as a people destined for greatness in the Valley of Mexico. After all, many cultures have foundational myths that mix historical events with allegories, blurring the line between reality and fiction. So, does Aztlan really exist, or is it simply a symbolic account, a way for the Aztecs to frame their past? The answer may never be known, but what is undeniable is the impact that the mystery has had on history. The search for Aztlan is not just about finding a lost city, but about understanding the migrations, evolution, and disappearance of entire civilizations. It is a reminder that history is never as complete as we believe, and that, beneath the surface of what we know, there are always more secrets waiting to be discovered. But if history has taught us anything, it is that some of the most incredible feats of the ancient world were not lost beneath the waves or erased by time. Some remain in sight, defying our understanding of what was once possible. Few places embody this better than the Temple of Kyasa in India, an architectural marvel so precise and seemingly impossible that it raises more questions than answers. Located in the caves of Ellora in Maharashtra, India, the Temple of Kyasa is unlike anything on Earth. At first glance, it seems to be just another great temple, one of the many found in India, but when you look closer, you realize that there is something extraordinary about it. This temple was not built in the traditional sense, stone by stone like the pyramids or other monumental structures of the ancient world, but was carved directly into a huge rock wall. The foundations alone are impressive. To build the Kyasa temple, the builders had to remove some 200,000 tons of solid basalt rock, carving downwards from the top of the mountain instead of building from the ground up. This method of excavation, known as vertical excavation, is almost unknown in ancient architecture. Unlike other temples, which required scaffolding, bricks, and centuries of work, the Kyasa temple was essentially revealed by cutting away the mountain that surrounded it. But how was this achieved, and why does no other temple match its complexity? It is difficult to date the construction of Kyasa, but most scholars believe that it was built during the reign of King Krishna of the Rashtrakuta dynasty in the 8th century AD. The temple is dedicated to the god Shiva, one of the main deities of Hinduism, and is intended to represent Mount Kailash, the mythical abode of Shiva. However, despite this attribution, there are no records detailing how it was built or who designed it. Theories about its construction range from the most practical to the most mysterious. Some scholars argue that skilled craftsmen, using rudimentary tools such as chisels and hammers, slowly chipped away at the rock for decades, carefully shaping intricate pillars, staircases, and ornate sculptures. However, skeptics point out that if the temple was actually built in just 18 or 20 years, as some believe, it would have been necessary to remove thousands of tons of rock each day, a task that seems almost impossible with the tools available at that time. This has led some to propose alternative theories. Some suggest that more advanced technology was used, perhaps lost knowledge or techniques that we simply do not understand today. Others have speculated that the temple could be much older than we think, built over several generations and later attributed to the Rashtrakuta dynasty. One of the most controversial theories, often dismissed by mainstream historians, is that the temple is evidence of an ancient civilization with knowledge of precision engineering techniques that have since been lost. The symmetry of the Kyasa temple, its incredibly smooth walls, and the precision of its carvings have led some to compare it to other inexplicable architectural wonders, such as Machu Picchu or the pyramids of Egypt. Could there have been an advanced civilization in ancient India capable of achieving engineering feats far beyond what we believe possible at that time? Furthermore, there's the question of why the temple was built in this way to begin with. Most temples in India were built using conventional methods, so why take on the almost impossible challenge of carving an entire temple from a single rock? Some researchers believe that the answer lies in religious symbolism. In the Hindu tradition, Mount Kailash is believed to be an eternal and immovable structure, much like the temple itself. By carving the temple directly into the mountain, the builders may have sought to create something that would last forever, an earthly representation of the divine. Interestingly, Kyasa is not the only example of rock-cut architecture in the Ellora caves. The site is home to more than 100 caves, temples, and monasteries, many of which date back thousands of years and belong to multiple religious traditions, such as Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. However, none of them come close to the scale and complexity of Kyasa. Despite its undeniable grandeur, the temple remains an enigma. How was it completed so quickly? Why do we have so few records of its construction? And why does it stand alone, with no other known structures matching its technique or ambition? For now, the Kyasa temple remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of ancient India, a structure so elaborate and seemingly impossible that it continues to inspire awe and debate among historians, engineers, and visitors alike. But not all ancient wonders have stood the test of time. Some of the greatest achievements of early civilizations were lost forever, with their secrets buried beneath the weight of history, and no loss is more infamous than that of the Library of Alexandria. The mere name evokes images of endless scrolls, vast halls filled with the knowledge of the ancient world, and a beacon of knowledge that was unrivaled in its time. It was not just a library, it was the largest repository of human knowledge ever assembled in the ancient world. The library was said to house hundreds of thousands of texts containing everything from history and science to medicine, mathematics, and astronomy. But despite its legendary status, today not a single book, scroll, or fragment remains. The Library of Alexandria was destroyed, and its contents were lost forever. But how did this happen? And, perhaps more importantly, what knowledge did we lose with it? The origins of the library date back to the 3rd century BC. When Egypt was ruled by the Tmez, the Greek dynasty established after the death of Alexander the Great, Moai I, and his son Moai II, who sought to turn Alexandria into the intellectual and cultural capital of the world. To this end, they built the Mauson, a large center of learning that included lecture halls, laboratories, gardens, and, at its heart, the Great Library. Scholars and scribes from all over the known world were invited to Alexandria. The library's goal was ambitious, to collect all the written works that existed. Ships docking at the port of Alexandria were searched for scrolls and manuscripts, which were copied before being returned to their owners, or, in some cases, retained directly. It is said that emissaries were even sent to distant places to acquire texts, buying entire private collections and translating foreign works into Greek. Among its vast holdings, the library is believed to have contained texts from ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, India, and beyond. It is possible that it preserved lost works by great thinkers such as Aristotle, Socrates, and Pythagoras. Some historians believe that it may even have contained records of long-forgotten civilizations, whose stories were erased when the library fell. How did it fall exactly? The destruction of the Library of Alexandria is one of the great unsolved mysteries of history. There is no recorded event detailing what happened to the library, but there are several contradictory accounts, each pointing to a different cause and none offering definitive evidence. One of the first theories is that Julius Caesar himself was responsible in the year 48 B.C. during his campaign in Egypt. Caesar found himself in conflict with forces loyal to Cleopatra's brother, Ptolemy XIII. As part of his military strategy, Caesar ordered the ships in the port of Alexandria burned. The fire spread rapidly and, according to some accounts, reached the library, consuming thousands of irreplaceable scrolls in the process. However, not all historians agree with this version of events. Some believe that, although some parts of the library may have been damaged, it likely survived in some form. Another theory blames the Emperor Elagabalus in the 3rd century C. during his war to recover Alexandria from Queen Zenobia of Palmyra. Much of the city was destroyed, and the Mouseion, the academic institution that housed the library, suffered serious damage. If any part of the library survived Caesar's fire, it may have been lost during this conflict. Later, in the 4th century ACE, the Emperor Theophilus led a campaign to destroy the pagan temples, and some sources suggest that the remains of the library, housed in the Serapeum, a temple dedicated to the Greco-Egyptian god Serapis, were the object of this attack. If this is true, then what remained of the library was lost during this period of religious upheaval. Finally, in the year 642 A.C., when the Muslim armies of the Caliph Umar conquered Egypt, some sources claim that the texts remaining in the library were burned, according to a very controversial account. When the conqueror Umar ibn al-Az was asked what should be done with the books, he supposedly replied that if they agreed with the Quran, they were unnecessary, and if they contradicted it, they were dangerous, so he ordered them destroyed, supposedly using the scrolls to fuel the city baths for months. However, many historians doubt this story, since it was written centuries after the event and may have had political motivations. Regardless of how the library was lost, the biggest mystery is what was inside. We will probably never know the full extent of the knowledge that was lost. Some speculate that advanced scientific concepts, perhaps even ideas that could have revolutionized human progress, were erased from existence. Did the library contain the first theories of astronomy that could have changed our understanding of the cosmos? Does it contain texts describing lost civilizations or ancient technologies? Could it have contained medical knowledge that would have transformed primitive medicine? We know that some of the brightest minds of the time studied there, figures such as Archimedes and Eratosthenes. The latter calculated the circumference of the Earth with astonishing precision more than 2,000 years ago. The loss of his works, along with countless others, has led some historians to suggest that the destruction of the Library of Alexandria delayed human progress by several centuries, but not everyone believes so. Some argue that much of the library's knowledge had already been dispersed before its final destruction. Scholars used to make copies of the texts, and although the central collection of the library was lost, its influence extended far beyond Alexandria. From this point of view, the burning of the library may not have been as catastrophic as we imagine, but more symbolic than literal. However, there is something deeply disturbing about the idea of an entire archive of ancient wisdom disappearing and leaving only speculation in its place. The Library of Alexandria remains one of history's greatest what-ifs. If it had survived, what would our world be like today? The destruction of the Library of Alexandria is a chilling reminder of how easily knowledge can be lost to history. We may never know what ancient secrets were erased forever, but from time to time, something survives, an artifact that does not fit, an object that refuses to be explained. These relics of the past raise questions that we cannot easily answer, forcing us to wonder what they were for, who created them, and why they exist. One of these mysteries is scattered throughout Europe, small objects of intricate design that have baffled archaeologists for centuries. They are known as Roman dodecahedrons, hollow 12-sided metallic artifacts dating back almost 2,000 years that have been found in fields, ancient military camps, and even tombs. These objects appear to have been deliberately manufactured, with a circular hole on each side, but no historical records mention them. No Roman text describes their use, and despite having been discovered in dozens of places in the ancient Roman Empire, their purpose remains a complete mystery. The first dodecahedrons were unearthed in the 18th century, and since then, more than 100 have been found, mainly in present-day France, Germany, Belgium, and the United Kingdom. They are usually made of bronze or brass, with sizes ranging from 4 to 11 centimeters in diameter. Although they vary slightly in their design, they all share the same basic structure, a 12-sided geometric shape. Each face contains a circular hole of varying size. Some have small protrusions or bumps on the corners, while others are smooth, but all are disturbingly similar, suggesting a specific shared purpose despite their wide distribution. The Roman dodecahedrons present an unusual problem. They are completely absent from historical records. The Romans were meticulous in documenting their daily lives, recording their tools, weapons, and even the most mundane aspects of their lives. But there is no written mention of the dodecahedrons. No historian of the time describes them. No inscription provides a clue, and no work of art depicts them in use. It is as if they had been deliberately omitted, or their purpose was so commonly known that no one thought to write it down. Theories about their function range from the practical to the strange. Some suggest that they were tools for measuring distances or angles, possibly used in surveying or architecture. The holes, which vary in size, could have allowed calculations related to shadows or light. Others propose that they were candle holders, although this seems unlikely, as they show no soot residue. Another possibility is that the dodecahedrons had a military purpose. Some researchers speculate that they could have been used as rangefinders for Roman artillery, helping soldiers calculate projectile trajectories. However, no dodecahedrons directly related to Roman weapons have been found, making it hard to verify this theory. A more intriguing theory suggests they were used for textile work. Some historians believe the dodecahedrons functioned as weaving or knitting tools, specifically to make gloves. The holes could have been used to guide threads in a particular way, although this remains purely speculative. Beyond practical explanations, some believe that the dodecahedrons had a religious or symbolic meaning. Many have been found at sites associated with temples and sacred rituals, leading some to suggest their use in divination. The idea is that they could have been thrown like dice, and the position of the holes or protuberances played a role in divination or predicting the future. Some even argue that they were used in secret cult practices, perhaps known only to certain members of Roman society, which adds more mystery to the matter. Unlike standardized Roman tools or coins, no two dodecahedrons are exactly alike. These objects appear to have been crafted individually, suggesting they were not mass-produced for widespread use. This has led some to speculate that they were personal objects, possibly related to social status, mysticism, or even an unknown Roman guild. One of the most intriguing discoveries related to dodecahedrons comes from the Netherlands, where a similar object was found, but this one was made of gold, unlike the typical bronze dodecahedron. This golden artifact suggests that these objects might have been more than simple tools. Could they have been used as status symbols or as ceremonial objects? And, if so, why did they disappear from history entirely? The lack of clear evidence has only fueled further speculation. Some have even suggested that the dodecahedrons might not be Roman at all. Could they be remnants of an older civilization prior to the Roman Empire, or were they introduced to Rome from an outside culture, their purpose lost when that knowledge fell into oblivion? Modern attempts to recreate an experiment with dodecahedrons have yielded mixed results. Some researchers have tried to use them as astronomical instruments to check whether they could have served to track the movement of the sun or stars. Others have built replicas and tested them in weaving experiments to try to create patterns similar to those found in Roman textiles, but so far no definitive answer has emerged. The strangest aspect of the dodecahedrons is that, despite their apparent importance to whoever made them, they completely disappeared from history. They were never adapted to other technologies, they never evolved into new forms, and apparently, they did not have a lasting impact. It is as if their purpose, whatever it was, had become obsolete, forgotten, or intentionally erased. Some believe that the answer lies in the object's simplicity. Unlike ancient texts or ruins, the dodecahedrons are small, portable, and difficult to date accurately. It is possible that they had such a mundane purpose that it simply never deserved recording, or alternatively, that they belonged to a specific group within Roman society that carefully guarded their knowledge, ensuring it was never written down. Even today, as more dodecahedrons continue to be discovered, the mystery remains unsolved. Archaeologists, historians, and curious researchers continue to debate their origin and function, but the truth remains elusive. Were they tools, religious artifacts, or something completely unexpected? Whatever the answer, the Roman dodecahedrons are a reminder of how much we still do not know about the past, and they're not the only example. History is full of strange objects that seem out of place, artifacts that defy all explanation and hint at lost knowledge and forgotten civilizations. As we move forward, we discover another enigma that takes us deep into the desert, where a collection of ancient scrolls written in a mysterious script holds secrets that have baffled scholars for decades. Next, we explore the mystery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in the mid-20th century. These ancient texts have fascinated scholars and historians for decades. They are among the most important archaeological finds in history, but hold as many secrets as answers. Who wrote them? Why were they hidden in the caves near the Dead Sea? Do they contain lost knowledge that could change our understanding of the past? The story begins in 1947 in the arid desert of what is now the West Bank. A young Bedouin shepherd, looking for a lost goat, came across a cave nestled in the cliffs near the ruins of Qumran. Inside, he found a collection of clay vessels, some containing ancient scrolls wrapped in linen. Unaware of their importance, he and his companions sold some of the scrolls. It was not until scholars examined them that they realized what they had found: manuscripts dating back more than 2,000 years, possibly the oldest surviving biblical texts. The discovery shocked the academic world, and soon archaeologists flocked to Qumran, eager to discover more. Over the next decade, excavations revealed a total of 11 caves containing fragments of nearly 1,000 different scrolls, some almost perfectly preserved, while others were torn into thousands of fragile pieces. The texts were written mainly in Hebrew, but also in Aramaic and Greek. The materials were also varied. Some were on parchment, others on papyrus, and a few were inscribed onto copper plates. What made the Dead Sea Scrolls so important was their content. Many of the manuscripts contained versions of books from the Hebrew Bible, some almost identical to modern texts, while others had slight but intriguing variations. Some scrolls included texts that had never been seen before, accounts of apocalyptic visions, dark prophecies, and descriptions of religious rituals lost a long time ago. Others detailed the rules and beliefs of a mysterious Jewish sect, possibly the Essenes, a group that lived isolated near Qumran. The discovery raised immediate questions. Who wrote these scrolls? Why were they hidden? And what religious rituals lost long ago? Others detailed the rules and beliefs of a mysterious Jewish sect, possibly the Essenes, a group that lived isolated near Qumran. The discovery immediately raised questions. Who wrote these scrolls, and why were they hidden in the desert? A prevailing theory is that the Essenes, a Jewish sect that rejected mainstream society, created them. The Essenes were known for their strict religious practices, their communal lifestyle, and their apocalyptic beliefs. Some scholars believe that they saw themselves as the true guardians of the faith, preserving their interpretations of the scriptures as tensions in Judea intensified under Roman rule, especially when conflicts arose during the Jewish revolt against Rome in the 1st century. The Essenes hid their sacred texts in caves hoping to recover them later, but if that was the case, they never did. The scrolls remained intact for almost 2,000 years, buried in the desert, waiting to be rediscovered. Not all scholars agree with this theory. Some believe that the scrolls come from multiple sources, perhaps even from the Great Temple of Jerusalem, which were smuggled out for safekeeping before its destruction in the year 70 A.D.C. Others argue that they were part of a larger collection of religious texts representing a broader spectrum of Jewish beliefs at the time. The lack of definitive evidence means that the true origin of the Dead Sea Scrolls remains unknown. Beyond their religious significance, the scrolls contain some strange and disturbing passages, including apocalyptic writings describing cosmic battles between the forces of light and darkness. There are prophecies about the arrival of a messianic figure, predictions about the end of days, and cryptic descriptions of divine beings interacting with humanity. Some researchers believe that these texts offer a glimpse into the beliefs of early Jewish mysticism, ideas that would later influence Christianity and other religious traditions. Then there is the Copper Scroll, one of the most intriguing discoveries in the collection. Unlike the others, which were written on parchment or papyrus, the Copper Scroll was inscribed on thin sheets of metal. Its content is unlike anything else in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It appears to be a treasure map. The text lists a series of places where large amounts of gold and silver are supposedly buried in the Judean desert. Some believe that this treasure belonged to the Second Temple of Jerusalem, hidden before its destruction by the Romans, but despite numerous attempts to locate it, no such treasure has ever been found. What makes the Dead Sea Scrolls so fascinating is that they exist in a space between history and mystery. They are undeniably real, but they contain unknown elements, fragments of beliefs, warnings, and stories from a time long past. They challenge our understanding of ancient religions and hint at ideas that may have been lost or suppressed over time. Even now, as researchers continue to study the scrolls, new revelations occasionally emerge. In 2021, archaeologists discovered additional fragments of biblical texts in a cave near Qumran. They are the first new discoveries in more than half a century. The search is far from over, and as technology improves, we may one day discover even more hidden knowledge in these ancient writings. For now, the Dead Sea Scrolls remain one of the greatest historical mysteries ever unearthed. They offer a glimpse into a lost world, an era of prophets, scribes, and secret traditions preserved against all odds in the arid caves of the Judean desert. But history has a way of hiding its secrets, and there are many more texts, symbols, and codes that are still waiting to be deciphered. The Dead Sea Scrolls offer a unique vision of the ancient world, preserving texts that otherwise would have been lost over time. But for every discovery that provides answers, there are others that only deepen the mystery. Around the world, there are natural phenomena that defy logic, strange events that science struggles to explain, and deep in the arid and scorching landscape of Death Valley, there's a mystery that has baffled researchers for decades: huge stones. Some of them, weighing hundreds of kilos, appear to move across the desert floor on their own, leaving long, winding trails in their wake. There are no human or animal footprints around them, nor any visible force propelling them. They simply slide as if pulled by an invisible hand. This is the enigma of the sailing stones of Racetrack Plain, one of the most inexplicable natural phenomena on Earth. Located in a remote stretch of Death Valley National Park, Racetrack Plain is the bed of an ancient lake, a vast flat expanse of cracked earth that stretches for kilometers in all directions. It is an otherworldly, lifeless, and silent place, where the air shimmers under the relentless heat, but scattered across its dry, hardened surface are dozens of huge stones, some as small as a soccer ball, and others weighing more than 300 kilograms. Each has a distinctive trail behind it, as if it had been dragged across the ground by an invisible force. Some trails are straight, others curved or zigzagged unpredictably, and some stones have even flipped over mid-journey. However, the mystery remains. There is no apparent reason for their movement. For decades, scientists, geologists, and curious travelers have tried to unravel the mystery. The stones do not move frequently. Many have remained in the same place for years before moving again. There are no records of sightings of the stones in motion. The first theories proposed all kinds of explanations, from gravitational anomalies to underground tremors, but none entirely fit the tests. There was no clear pattern, and no known natural force could explain such large rocks moving across a solid, flat surface. Some speculated that strong winds could push them, but given their weight, even Death Valley's powerful gusts seemed insufficient to explain their movement. Others suggested that rain, however rare it may be in the desert, could create a slippery surface that would allow the rocks to slide, but without consistent documentation, the mystery persisted over the years. The sailing stones have given rise to all kinds of outlandish theories. Some claimed that it was an extraterrestrial intervention, linking the phenomenon to the numerous UFO sightings reported in the desert. Others resorted to the supernatural, suggesting the stones were possessed, moved by spirits or forces beyond human comprehension. Even so, these explanations lacked any real evidence. The stones were not placed randomly, but followed different trajectories, suggesting a constant, albeit inexplicable, process. The most disturbing thing was that some traces were abruptly interrupted, as if the rock had completely lifted off the ground before landing at a new place. It was not until 2014 that researchers finally captured the stone's movement in real time. Through photographs taken at regular intervals and GPS tracking, a team of scientists discovered that the answer was in unusual environmental conditions during winter nights. A thin layer of water from infrequent rains froze, forming a layer of ice that trapped the rocks in place. When the sun came out and the ice began to melt, the thin, fragmented layers broke and slid across the plain, dragging the rocks along. This movement was slow, almost imperceptible to the human eye, but over time, it created the long traces that had puzzled people for decades. Although this discovery offered a plausible scientific explanation, the mystery remains in many ways. The sailing stones remain one of the strangest natural phenomena on Earth, and the idea of huge rocks sliding across the desert floor without being moved by human hands continues to capture the imagination. Even with an answer, some aspects remain unexplained. Why do certain rocks move while others in similar conditions stay put? Why do some traces remain for decades, while others seem to vanish? If this phenomenon has occurred for centuries, how many other places on Earth hide similar secrets waiting to be discovered? from ancient texts hidden in desert caves to stones that seem to move by themselves. The mysteries of our world remind us how much we still do not understand. But our next story takes us away from the heat of Death Valley and takes us to an even more mysterious place, which has remained hidden under the sands of Egypt for understand. But our next story takes us away from the heat of Death Valley and takes us to an even more mysterious place, which has remained hidden under the sands of Egypt for thousands of years. This is the lost labyrinth of Egypt, a structure described in ancient texts as more wonderful than the pyramids, but that no one has ever found. Could it be one of history's greatest lost treasures? Immerse yourself in the mystery. The lost labyrinth of Egypt is a story of vanished wonders, a structure described as grander than the pyramids, but lost to time. However, Egypt is no stranger to secrets buried under its golden sands. Archaeologists continue to discover things that defy explanation. Some are temples, others are tombs, and others contain things never before seen in the vast necropolis of Saqqara, where the sands guard the echoes of Egypt's most ancient past. One discovery stood out among all the others: a huge, black sarcophagus unlike any that had been seen before. But when archaeologists finally opened it, what they found inside raised more questions than answers. This is the mystery of the Saqqara tomb of the unknown animal. Saqqara, home to the step pyramid of Djoser, is one of Egypt's most important archaeological sites. It was used as a cemetery for more than 3,000 years, serving as the final resting place of pharaohs, nobles, and sacred animals. But in 2018, a team of Egyptian archaeologists made a discovery that baffled even the most experienced researchers. Buried deep in the sand was a huge stone sarcophagus, almost 3 meters long and several tons in weight. What made it unusual was not only its size, but its intense black color, carved from solid granite. It had remained sealed for thousands of years, untouched since ancient Egypt's time. Opening it was no easy task, unlike most sarcophagi, which had been looted in antiquity. This one was completely intact. The lid alone weighed almost 30 tons. As the workers carefully lifted it, the stale air of an ancient tomb escaped into the modern world for the first time in millennia. But what they found inside a pharaoh, a high priest, or even a nobleman, inside the black sarcophagus were the skeletal remains of a creature that no one expected. It was not human, nor a known sacred animal such as a bull, a falcon, or a cat, creatures that were often mummified. In ancient Egypt, instead, the remains belonged to something unknown, something never recorded in Egyptian tombs. The bones suggested a creature of unusual size, something large and powerful, but its species could not be immediately identified. The discovery shocked the archaeological community. Egyptologists were left speculating about what kind of animal was important enough to be buried in such a huge and ornate sarcophagus. Some theorized that it could have been an abnormally large feline, perhaps a lion, given its occasional sacred status in ancient Egyptian culture. Others wondered if it could be an extinct species, one that once roamed the banks of the Nile, but disappeared long before modern records began. However, there were even stranger theories. Some researchers speculated that it might not be an animal at all, at least not in the sense we understand it. The ancient Egyptian mythology is full of hybrid creatures, gods that took the form of half-human, half-beast beings. Anubis, the god of death, with the head of a jackal. Sekhmet, the warrior goddess with a lion's head. Could this sarcophagus contain something more symbolic than literal? Was it an offering to the gods, a representation of a divine beast, or was it something completely different, deliberately hidden from history? Adding to the mystery was the nature of the burial itself. Unlike other animal burials, which were often accompanied by elaborate inscriptions or offerings, this tomb was surprisingly simple. No hieroglyphs, no carvings, and no marks indicating who or what was buried inside. It was as if the very identity of the creature had been erased or deliberately made anonymous. A DNA analysis was ordered to determine the animal species, but results were inconclusive. Some tests suggested it could be a giant feline, possibly a lion, although it did not resemble any known specimen until then. But even if that were the case, why was it buried in such a grandiose sarcophagus? No other lion had ever received such a tomb. Was it a specially venerated creature, or did it have some deeper meaning? The black sarcophagus also raised questions. Its enormous size and weight suggested it had been sealed with great effort, almost as if what was inside was destined to remain there. This gave rise to even more fantastic theories. Was it a cursed burial intended to contain something dangerous? It was known that the ancient Egyptians took extraordinary measures to protect the dead, but what if this was aimed at keeping something locked away? The mystery of the Saqqara tomb of the unknown animal remains one of the strangest discoveries in Egypt. While scientific analyses have provided some clues, many questions remain unanswered. What exactly was this creature? Why was it buried in such an unusual way? And if anything was, what were the ancient Egyptians trying to hide? The ancient world is full of lost cities, hidden tombs, and forgotten civilizations, some recorded in myths and others completely erased by time. The lost labyrinth of Egypt is just one of the many inexplicable structures that challenge our understanding of the past. But far from the deserts of North Africa, in the depths of the Pacific, lies another mystery that defies all explanation. A city built on the water, a fortress of imposing basalt columns that seems impossible for an ancient civilization to build. A place so mysterious that it has been called the Venice of the Pacific and the eighth wonder of the world. This is Nan Madol, one of the strangest and most isolated ruins on Earth, located off the coast of the small island of Pohnpei in the Federated States of Micronesia, where there is a network of more than 90 artificial islands, each connected by an intricate system of canals. It is a city unlike any other in the ancient world. Enormous stone structures rise above the water, built on bases of black volcanic rock. The walls of hexagonal basalt columns, some weighing up to 50 tons, form imposing fortresses covered in tropical vegetation. What makes Nan Madol so mysterious is not only its design, but also the impossibility of its construction. These enormous basalt blocks, stacked with incredible precision, were transported and assembled in a way that modern engineers still fail to fully understand. No quarry is known on Pohnpei that could have supplied these stones, nor is there evidence of the tools or technology needed to move them. The city was built on coral reefs, with no natural landmass to support such a structure, and yet the ruins remain a testament to an unknown civilization. The local legends surrounding Nan Madol only add to its mystery. According to the oral history of Pohnpei, the city was not built by human hands alone, but by powerful sorcerers who used magic to levitate the stones into place. These legends tell of two brothers, Olopa and Osipa, who arrived on the island and used supernatural forces to create Nan Madol as a center for worship. The place became the religious and political heart of the Sailor dynasty, a ruling class that governed Pohnpei for centuries until it mysteriously disappeared. But who really built Nan Madol and why? Archaeologists have struggled to reconstruct its history. Carbon dating suggests that the site was occupied as early as 200 BC, but the enormous stone structures were not built until much later, possibly around the 12th or 13th centuries. The Sailor rulers, known for their strict caste system and their control over the island's population, used Nan Madol as their royal capital, but its isolated location in the water, separated from the main island, raises questions. Why would a ruling dynasty choose to build a city in the ocean rather than on solid ground? One theory suggests that the city's location was deliberate, a way to separate the ruling elite from the common people. Another proposes that Nan Madol was designed as a fortress, with its artificial islands and imposing walls providing protection and an aura of divine power. Others believe that it was built as a sacred place, where priests and rulers could hold ceremonies away from the prying eyes of ordinary citizens. But the biggest mystery is just how it was built. The basalt columns that make up Nan Madol are not normal stones, but natural hexagonal formations similar to those found on the Giant's Causeway in Ireland. Moving them, some weigh more than 50 tons, without modern cranes or machinery, should have been impossible. The nearest source of basaltic rock is kilometers away, across the ocean, without wheels, pulleys, or beasts of burden. How did the ancient builders transport these stones across the water, and how did they lift them into place? Some researchers speculate that the builders used a system of wooden rollers and rafts to move the stones, but no evidence of these tools has been found. Others point to the possibility of an advanced technology that allowed them to transport and arrange the basalt columns with a level of precision that remains unmatched. In addition, there are local legends of levitation. Although the idea of levitation in antiquity seems far-fetched, the scale of the Nan-Madol forces even the most skeptical researchers to admit that something extraordinary must have happened, whether through ingenious engineering, a lost technology, or something that escapes our understanding. The builders of Nan-Madol achieved what should have been impossible, but the mystery doesn't end there. Nan-Madol was abandoned centuries ago, well before European explorers arrived in the Pacific. What was once a great city became a ghost town, swallowed by the jungle and left to decay. No one knows exactly the reason why it was abandoned. Some say the Silur dynasty was overthrown by invaders then. Others believe that the city became uninhabitable, as its dependence on imported food and resources made it impossible to maintain it. And then there's the legend of a curse. To this day, many locals refuse to set foot inside Nan-Madol after dark. The stories speak of spirits guarding the ruins, of strange lights flickering between the stone walls, and of an invisible force that punishes those who disturb this city. Even modern explorers have reported feeling an unsettling presence, an overwhelming sensation of being watched closely. Some have experienced sudden failures of their equipment, inexplicable noises, and the disturbing feeling that the ruins are not quite as empty as they seem. In the 20th century, an American researcher who visited Nan-Madol reportedly became very ill and died soon after exploring the site. His sudden death fueled rumors that the ancient spirits of the city still protect their home, ensuring that their secrets remain buried beneath the waves there. Despite centuries of study, Nan-Madol remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries from the ancient world. Its construction defies logic, its history is fragmented still, and its abandonment is inexplicable. It stands as a reminder that there still are lost chapters in the history of humanity, civilizations that rose and fell, leaving behind only the ruins of their achievements under the waves of the Pacific. The ruins of Nan-Madol stand as a silent enigma, an ancient city whose construction defies logic and whose history remains shrouded in deep mystery. But lost cities are not the only ancient relics that defy our understanding about the past. Some mysteries do not lie under the sea or hide in forgotten jungles now, but are carved into the earth itself. High in the rolling hills of southern England, a figure has watched over this land for thousands of years, a huge, stylized horse carved into Oxford's chalk hills. Its elegant, elongated shape stretches almost 360 feet across all the landscape. It is one of Britain's most enduring and truly perplexing mysteries. This is the White Horse of Uffington, a symbol so old that no one really knows who created it or why. The White Horse of Uffington is unlike other figures in these hills. England has many chalk sculptures, but most are relatively recent, created within the last few centuries. However, the Uffington horse is quite different. Studies have shown that it is at least 3,000 years old, dating back to the late Bronze Age or early Iron Age, meaning it was already old when the Romans arrived in Britain, and even they knew not its origin. Over the centuries, many have speculated about its meaning. Was it a religious symbol, a tribal emblem, or a marker of some long-lost kingdom then? The engraving itself is fascinating for its design. Unlike a realistic representation of a horse, the Uffington figure is abstract and almost modern in its style, with its wide curves and elongated limbs giving it a supernatural appearance, different from anything else of that time. Some have suggested that it does not represent a horse, but something else entirely. But why would the ancients bother carving such a huge figure into this landscape? The enormous effort required to create and maintain the white horse suggests that it was very important to those who made this one. The carving is engraved in the hillside's limestone, which means that it would have needed constant maintenance to prevent the earth from reclaiming it generation after generation. They had to deliberately clean the figure to make sure it remained visible, indicating that it was important for centuries, perhaps even for millennia. One theory is that the white horse was a territorial marker, a way for ancient tribes to claim ownership over the land. If true, it would have been visible for miles around, a clear signal to any travelers or enemies passing by there. Another possibility is that it had a religious or ceremonial meaning, perhaps related to an ancient fertility cult or a culture that worshipped horses then. The Celts, who arrived long after its creation, revered horses as sacred animals, often associating them with gods and with warriors. Some historians believe that the Upington horse could have been an early representation of the Celtic goddess Epona, a deity linked to horses and protection then. But the mystery of the white horse goes well beyond its meaning. Some researchers have suggested that it may have some astronomical significance. Certain alignments with the sun and stars indicate that it could have been part of a larger ritual landscape, possibly used in seasonal ceremonies then. The nearby Dragon Hill, a flat-top hill located just below the drawing, adds even more intrigue. Legends say that this is where St. George killed the dragon, and some believe that the place has been sacred since prehistoric times still. Others have proposed even stranger theories. Could the white horse of Uffington be a vestige of a lost language, an ancient pictogram left by some forgotten civilization? Some have even speculated that it represents a celestial event, a comet that crossed the sky and was immortalized in the limestone there. The unusual, almost alien style of the drawing has fueled speculation that it was inspired not only by terrestrial creatures, but by something else seen in the skies above. Then there is the theory that the white horse is far older than we think. Some alternative historians suggest that the drawing could even predate the Bronze Age, potentially dating to the Neolithic. If that were true, it would place the Uffington horse among the oldest artistic representations in the world, linking it to civilizations lost to time. What is undeniable is that the white horse has survived not only on the chalk hills of Oxfordshire, but also in the collective imagination of those who have lived near it. It has inspired legends, from tales of dragon hunters to myths of ghostly horses galloping across the landscape. Even today, the figure is carefully maintained thanks to volunteers and locals who continue the ancient tradition of cleaning the horse to maintain its shape. Despite its age, the white horse of Upington remains as impressive as ever, whether it was a religious icon, a tribal symbol, or something completely different. Its creators left no written record, just a huge and evocative image carved into the earth itself. And although its true origins may never be fully known, the white horse continues to contemplate the hills as it has for millennia. The ancient world is full of lost cities and forgotten structures, many of which remain shrouded in mystery. Some have been buried under quicksand, others swallowed by dense jungles, and others, like the white horse of Uffington, have remained defiant against time, etched into the landscape itself. But what happens when a civilization leaves behind a monument not on land, but beneath the sea? Off the coast of Japan, hidden beneath the waves, lies one of the most controversial underwater discoveries. Huge stone structures, eerily precise and seemingly deliberate, stretch across the ocean floor. For some, it is irrefutable proof of an ancient forgotten civilization, predating all written history. For others, it is simply a natural formation shaped by currents and tides over thousands of years. But if that were true, why do the formations look so intentional? This is the mystery of the Yonaguni Monument. The Yonaguni Monument was first discovered in 1986 by a local diver named Kahatro Aratake. He was not looking for lost cities or evidence of ancient civilizations. He was simply looking for a new place to dive near Yonaguni, one of the Ryukyu Islands of Japan. As he swam deeper, he came across something that should not have been there. A huge multi-level structure stood before him, with sharp edges and smooth surfaces, unlike anything he had ever seen. Stair-shaped terraces led to what appeared to be platforms. Narrow corridors ran through the rock, and at the highest point, something resembling a large staircase stretched toward the surface. It seemed man-made, but how was that possible? News of the discovery spread, attracting the attention of researchers and archaeologists. Some believed it could be the remains of a lost civilization, perhaps one that existed before the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower. Others dismissed the idea, arguing that the formations were just a freak of nature. However, as more divers explored the site, strange details began to emerge, details that made the natural formation theory harder to accept. The Unexplainable monument is huge, over 165 feet long, and almost 27 meters above the seabed. It is made up of flat terraces, precise right angles, and what appear to be carved steps leading from one level to another. Some researchers believe it resembles the stepped pyramids of South America, while others have compared it to ancient temple complexes such as those in Mesopotamia. One of the most compelling arguments in favor of its artificial origin is the presence of what appear to be tool marks, straight cuts along the rock, as if it had been shaped by human hands. Certain sections appear to have been smoothed, possibly with chisels or other tools. There are even formations that resemble arches, pillars, and what some believe could be a large central hall. Perhaps the most mysterious aspect of all is the so-called face, a large carved structure that some say resembles a human head, with what appear to be eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Could it be an ancient statue, the representation of a forgotten deity, or is it, as skeptics argue, just a play of light and shadow? If the Unexplainable monument is artificial, its location and depth pose a huge problem for historians, as the structure would have been built more than 10,000 years ago, long before any known civilization in the region was capable of such advanced construction. That would mean it predates the pyramids of Egypt, Gobekli Tepe, and even the city-states of Mesopotamia. Some have theorized that it could be related to the legendary lost continent of Mu, a Pacific equivalent of Atlantis that, according to myths, sank beneath the ocean thousands of years ago. While conventional historians have dismissed the idea of Mu as fiction, the discovery of an advanced underwater structure in the region has rekindled speculation. Others suggest that the Unexplainable monument could be related to the ancient Jaman people of Japan, a prehistoric civilization known for its intricate pottery and mysterious stone circles. But there is a problem. No other Jaman structure even remotely resembles the scale or complexity of the Unexplainable monument. If they built it, the history of Japan would have to be completely rewritten. Ancient history of Japan. Of course, not everyone is convinced. Many geologists argue that the Unexplainable monument is a natural formation shaped by tectonic activity and underwater currents. They point out that similar geological formations exist in other parts of the world, where natural fractures in sandstone and sedimentary rock can create step patterns that appear artificial. One of the strongest arguments against the structure being artificial is that no artifacts, pottery, tools, or engravings have been found at the site. Normally, when archaeologists discover a lost city, they find traces of the people who lived there, but in Unexplainable, there is nothing except the stone itself. However, proponents of the theory that it is artificial reply that if the site was built more than 10,000 years ago, any artifacts could have been swept away by ocean currents or buried under layers of sediment. They argue that the complexity of the structure, along with the suspiciously precise angles and what appear to be stairs, suggests some human intervention. Despite decades of debate, no definitive answer has been found. The Japanese government has not officially recognized the site as an archaeological structure, and without more concrete evidence, the mystery remains unsolved. Divers continue to explore the monument in the hope of finding evidence, whether in the form of inscriptions, artifacts, or additional structures that may tip the balance one way or another. The ocean has long been a guardian of secrets, hiding lost cities, submerged structures, and ancient artifacts beneath its waves. The Unexplainable monument is one of those enigmas, a place where history and nature seem to blur, leaving a puzzle with no easy solution. Was it built by a forgotten civilization, or is it simply the work of elements shaping the stone in ways we cannot fully explain? Whatever the answer, one thing is certain. The more we delve into history, the more questions arise. And while the Yonaguni Monument challenges our understanding of what might lie beneath the ocean, other mysteries that have baffled researchers for centuries are not buried underwater, but locked in words that no one can understand. A book full of an unknown language, a manuscript that defies translation, and a code so complex that even the most brilliant minds in history have failed to decipher it. This is the mystery of the Voynich manuscript. It was in 1912 that Wilfrid Voynich, an antiquarian, first came across the strange book in a Jesuit school near Rome. From the moment he laid eyes on it, he knew it was something unusual. The pages were full of strange symbols written in an elegant, fluid script that seemed structured but completely unrecognizable. Accompanying the text were strange illustrations, intricate botanical drawings of plants that do not exist, celestial maps that matched no known star map, and images of human figures participating in inexplicable rituals. The manuscript was written on fine parchment that, according to carbon dating, dated from between 1404 and 1438, but apart from that, everything was a mystery. There was no author's name, no title, no indication of its origin. It was as if the book had appeared from nowhere, defying all attempts to place it in a known historical context. What makes the Voynich manuscript truly unique is that, despite being over 600 years old, no one has been able to read it. The writing follows a structure similar to real languages. There are recurring words, syntactic structures, and even grammatical coherence, but it does not match any known script. It is not Latin, Greek, Arabic, or any lost dialect we have seen before. Some of the best cryptographers in history have tried to decipher it. During World War II, military codebreakers who deciphered Nazi encryption techniques attempted to translate the manuscript but failed. Not even modern artificial intelligence and linguistic analysis programs have been able to identify a pattern suggesting a known language. Some believe that the manuscript may be a form of shorthand or secret code that only certain individuals knew how to read. Others think it could be a hoax, an elaborate forgery intended to deceive scholars centuries ago. But if it is a joke, why do they go to so much trouble to make it look like a structured language? Why include hundreds of carefully drawn illustrations, some of which appear to reference real, scientific concepts? Theories about the Voynich manuscript range from the plausible to the bizarre. Some scholars believe it is an ancient medical text, possibly written by an alchemist or herbalist attempting to document lost medical knowledge. The strange plants in the illustrations could represent rare herbs, and the images of human figures in strange poses could be medical diagrams. Another theory suggests that it was written by a secret religious group that encoded its beliefs in an indecipherable cipher to protect them from persecution. Some have even suggested that it could have been created by an unknown genius, someone who invented a completely new language that no one else learned. A more speculative idea is that the manuscript contains knowledge far more advanced than we had in the 15th century. Some believe it could be the work of an ancient civilization predating our historical records, or even an artifact of extraterrestrial origin. The argument here is that the plants do not resemble any known species on Earth, and that the astronomical maps could represent a star system unlike our own. Despite endless efforts to decipher it, the Voynich manuscript remains an enigma. Every few years, someone claims to have cracked the code, but their theories fall apart under close analysis. Some researchers have suggested that the book was intended to be unreadable, possibly as a linguistic experiment or an elaborate hoax designed to confuse and intrigue scholars. However, the mystery persists to this day. The manuscript is where it continues to baffle historians, linguists, and cryptographers alike. Who wrote it? What does it say? Why does it exist? We may never know, but the Voynich manuscript remains one of the greatest literary enigmas in human history, an unsolved riddle written in a language lost to time. And while some texts may be indecipherable, others have simply been lost, hidden, or deliberately destroyed, erasing their secrets from history. One such example is the next mystery on our list, a legendary underground labyrinth in Egypt described in ancient texts, but never found. The Voynich manuscript remains one of the greatest enigmas in history, a book full of knowledge that no one understands. But while some texts are indecipherable, others are deliberately hidden, sealed, intact, and waiting to be discovered. Throughout history, there have been countless lost libraries, buried scrolls, and secret chambers that could hold the answers to ancient mysteries. Few places have inspired more speculation than the final resting place of the first emperor of China. Deep in the earth, in the Chinese province of Shaanxi, lies the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, a tomb that has remained sealed for over 2,000 years. It belongs to Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, the ruler who unified the warring states into a single empire and laid the foundations for the Great Wall. His reign was marked by ambition, power, and an obsession with immortality. Even in death, he sought to rule forever by building a vast underground mausoleum unlike anything the world had ever seen. The tomb, first discovered in the 1970s, is part of a huge necropolis that stretches over 22 square miles. But despite decades of research and excavation, the central chamber where Qin Shi Huang himself is believed to rest remains completely sealed, not because it cannot be accessed, but because archaeologists fear what they might find inside. What makes the tomb of Qin Shi Huang so mysterious is not only its size, but the warnings left by ancient historians. The most famous account comes from Sima Qian, a historian of the Han Dynasty who wrote a century after the emperor's death. According to his records, the funerary chamber is an elaborate underground palace filled with treasures, rivers of flowing mercury, and traps designed to protect its secrets for all eternity. Sumeo wrote that the emperor's sarcophagus rests on an island surrounded by a vast model of his empire with lakes and rivers recreated with liquid mercury. It was said that the tomb's roof was decorated like the night sky, with pearls representing the stars, while crossbows and other deadly mechanisms were prepared to shoot anyone who dared disturb it. For centuries, these accounts were dismissed as myths, but modern science has provided chilling evidence that Sima Qian's descriptions could be accurate. Soil samples taken near the tomb have shown abnormally high levels of mercury, far above what should naturally occur in the area. This has led many to believe that the rivers of liquid mercury inside the tomb are real, making its excavation extremely dangerous. If the chamber really contains toxic pools of mercury, opening it could pose a serious threat to researchers, but the risks do not end there. Given the emperor's obsession with protection, archaeologists fear that hidden traps designed to kill intruders may still be active, just as Sima Qian described. Ancient Chinese engineers were known for their ingenuity, and there is no telling what lethal surprises may be in the necropolis. The most famous part of the necropolis that has been excavated is the Terracotta Army, an impressive collection of more than 8,000 life-size clay soldiers, each unique, protecting the emperor's tomb. Discovered by chance in 1974 by farmers digging a well, the Terracotta Army surprised the world. The soldiers were built to protect Qin Shi Huang in the afterlife, each carefully crafted with individual facial features, armor, and weapons. But although the warriors have been unearthed, the central tomb remains intact, hidden under a huge mound of earth. The Chinese government has restricted any attempts to open the funerary chamber, citing reasons of conservation of the site's integrity. Some believe this is simply a precautionary measure, while others suspect that the authorities know more than they are willing to reveal. Why hasn't the tomb been opened? Part of the reason is technology. Archaeologists want to make sure that when they open the tomb, they can preserve everything inside. In the past, precipitation in ancient sites has caused irreversible damage. When Tutankhamun's tomb was opened in the 1920s, exposure to air caused the artifacts to deteriorate rapidly. With Qin Shi Huang's tomb, experts fear that its contents will suffer the same fate. Some suggest using remote sensing technology to map the interior before attempting to enter, but so far no method has provided a clear picture of what is inside. Others speculate that the Chinese government is deliberately delaying the excavation for unknown reasons. What if the tomb hides secrets that could change history? Some researchers believe that the chamber could contain lost texts, ancient inventions, or even records that contradict what we know about ancient Chinese history. Others think that the real reason why the tomb has not been opened is because of superstition. According to legend, disturbing the emperor's rest will bring disaster. Stories of curses surrounding ancient tombs are common and, although often dismissed, belief in such things still persists. Could there be something inside the tomb that the authorities fear to unleash, or is it simply a matter of waiting until we have the technology to explore it safely? For now, the tomb remains sealed, an unopened door to the past that holds the potential to rewrite what we know about ancient China, about Qin Shi Huang, and about how far rulers would go to ensure their immortality. But until the day comes when it is finally explored, it will remain one of the greatest archaeological mysteries in history. From ancient tombs sealed with mystery to languages lost in time, history is full of enigmas that we may never fully solve. But while Qin Shi Huang's tomb remains intact under layers of earth and legend, other ancient wonders may have been swallowed up by nature itself, entire civilizations hidden under the ocean waiting to be rediscovered. One such place, if the stories are true, lies deep in the heart of the Amazon, a lost city that some call the Brazilian Atlantis. Legends of a lost civilization in the Amazon have persisted for centuries, long before European explorers set foot in South America. Indigenous tribes spoke of vast stone cities hidden in the jungle, covered in vines and buried under layers of earth. But for centuries, these stories were dismissed as myths. The Amazon was thought to be too hostile and wild to harbor any advanced civilization. The idea that large urban centers existed in one of the most extreme environments on Earth seemed impossible. But recent discoveries suggest that these ancient legends may hold some truth. The mystery of the so-called Brazilian Atlantis focuses around the idea that deep in the Amazon rainforest there may have existed a civilization as sophisticated as the great cultures of the ancient world, which built monumental structures, left behind intricate networks of roads, and possibly even developed writing. Unlike traditional myths of Atlantis, which speak of an advanced society swallowed by the sea, this lost city is believed to have been consumed by the jungle itself, overrun by nature to the point that no trace can be seen from above. One of the most compelling clues supporting this theory comes from satellite images from recent decades. As technology has improved, researchers have begun using LiDAR, light detection and ranging, to scan the dense tree cover of the Amazon, revealing something amazing below. Geometric patterns, straight roads, and what appear to be the remains of large settlements have been detected where the jungle seemed untouched. These findings suggest that the Amazon may have been home to a complex and highly organized civilization, capable of large-scale urban planning. Large-scale urban planning. The connection to Atlantis comes from a long history of speculation and exploration. In the early 20th century, British explorer Percy Fawcett became obsessed with the idea of a lost city in the Amazon that he called Z. He believed that ancient texts and local legends hinted at the existence of an advanced civilization hidden deep in the jungle. Fawcett set off in 1925 on an expedition to find this lost city, but was never seen again. His disappearance only fueled speculation, and, over the years, many others have searched for the city of Z, convinced that something extraordinary awaits discovery. More recently, archaeologists have discovered evidence that challenges the traditional view of the Amazon as a pristine rainforest. The discovery of large-scale geoglyphs, huge geometric shapes carved into the ground, suggests that thousands of years ago people were altering the landscape in sophisticated ways. These geoglyphs are similar to those found in other ancient cultures, such as the Nazca Lines in Peru, raising the possibility that the Amazon was once home to a civilization capable of carrying out large-scale construction projects. But if such a civilization existed, what happened to it? Some researchers believe that diseases brought by the first European contacts could have wiped out a large part of the population before their cities were recorded. Others think environmental factors like deforestation or climate change could have influenced its decline. The jungle is implacable. It reclaims everything left unattended, covering entire structures with thick vegetation in a matter of decades. If the cities of this lost civilization were built of stone, they could still be hidden under the forest floor, their ruins buried under centuries of vegetation. Despite the growing evidence, many mysteries remain. If this civilization had writing, what happened to its texts? If it had monumental architecture, why have we not found temples or palaces like those of the Maya or the Inca? Could entire cities really be buried under the Amazonas, waiting to be rediscovered? And, if so, what could they reveal about the true history of pre-Columbian America? One of the most tempting aspects of this mystery is that it remains unsolved, not because we lack knowledge, but because we simply have not explored enough. The Amazon rainforest is one of the least mapped places on Earth, and its dense canopy hides what could be a treasure trove of ancient history. As technology advances and the hand of man continues to penetrate into the depths of the jungle, we may be about to discover something incredible. Evidence of a lost civilization that thrived in the Amazonas long before historical records existed. Lost civilizations buried under the dense jungle or swallowed by the sea leave traces of their existence, sometimes in ruins, sometimes in artifacts, and sometimes in myths. The Brazilian Atlantis is one of those legends, an ancient city hidden in the Amazonas waiting to be discovered. But not all lost wonders remain undiscovered. Some have been unearthed, revealing stories even stranger than fiction. And in the case of one of the most famous in history, the legend surrounding it is as fascinating as the treasure itself. Our next mystery takes us to Egypt, to a tomb that remained intact for millennia, where a series of disturbing events cemented its reputation as one of the most infamous archaeological finds of all time. This is the story of the curse of King Tutankhamun's tomb. In November 1922, British archaeologist Howard Carter and his team made a discovery that would captivate the world. After years of searching, they finally discovered the entrance to the tomb of the pharaoh Tutankhamun, a relatively minor ruler in the vast history of Egypt, but whose burial chamber remained intact for more than 3,000 years. The tomb, hidden under layers of rubble in the Valley of the Kings, was surprisingly well preserved. When Carter first entered by the light of a flickering candle, he saw treasures beyond what he had imagined. Gold statues, intricate carvings, and the now iconic gold mask of the Boy King. It was a finding that changed Egyptology forever, but almost immediately rumors of a curse began to spread. The idea that disturbing an ancient burial site could bring bad luck was nothing new, but King Tut's tomb seemed to come with an especially ominous warning. According to some accounts, a clay tablet found near the entrance said, "Death will come with swift wings to whoever disturbs the peace of the king." Whether this inscription really existed remains debatable, but what happened next fueled the legend. The first victim of what would later be called the Curse of the Pharaoh was Lord Carnarvon, the wealthy English aristocrat who had financed Carter's expedition. Carnarvon suffered a mosquito bite that became infected, developed a high fever, and his condition deteriorated rapidly. He died in April 1923, just 6 months after King Tutankhamun's tomb was discovered. His sudden and unexpected death shocked the media, and rumors about the curse intensified. What made Carnarvon's death even more disturbing were the strange coincidences that occurred at the time that he died in a hotel room in Cairo. It was said that all the lights in the city mysteriously went out at the exact moment of his death. At the same time, in England, his beloved dog howled and died. The chilling details only reinforced the belief that the tomb was cursed. Over the years, more deaths and misfortunes were attributed to the curse. Arthur Mace, a key member of the excavation team, became ill and died unexpectedly in 1928. Richard Bethel, Carnarvon's personal secretary at his home in London in mysterious circumstances. In 1929, his father, overwhelmed by grief, took his own life shortly after. Hugh Evelyn White, an Egyptologist who had visited the tomb, also died by suicide and left a note in which he supposedly claimed that he had succumbed to the curse. Not even those indirectly related to the tomb were spared. Sir Archibald Douglas Reed, the radiologist who took the X-rays of Tutankhamun's mummy, died shortly after. Howard Carter himself, responsible for the discovery, remained skeptical of the curse, calling it media sensationalism. He lived another 16 years after the excavation and died of lymphoma in 1939 at the age of 64, but even his death was seen by some as the final chapter in the story of the curse. So, was there really a supernatural force protecting the tomb, or was there something else at play? One scientific explanation suggests that the tomb could have harbored ancient mold or bacteria that had remained dormant for thousands of years, and that, when exposed to fresh air, these pathogens could have caused deadly infections in people with weak immune systems. The narrow and airtight environment of the tomb made it a perfect breeding ground for dangerous microorganisms. Some experts even believe that the walls of the tomb could contain toxic spores that could cause respiratory problems and the mysterious diseases that affected so many people involved in the excavation. Another theory is that the so-called curse was nothing more than a combination of bad luck and media exaggeration. At the time of the discovery, the press was eager for sensational stories, and the idea of a pharaoh's curse was the perfect mix of history and terror. The deaths of people related to the tomb, although tragic, were not statistically unusual for the time. Many of the alleged victims were elderly or already in poor health, and their deaths could have been pure coincidence. But not everyone is convinced that the ancient Egyptians took funeral rituals seriously, as they often inscribed warnings on tombs to deter tomb robbers. Some believe that, although there may not have been a supernatural force at play, there could have been something more deliberate, such as poisonous substances or traps designed to kill intruders long after the tomb was sealed. Although no physical traps were found in the burial chamber of King Tutankhamun, the possibility of a chemical deterrent remains an intriguing theory. Regardless of whether the curse was real or only a product of fear and circumstances, the legend of the tomb of King Tutankhamun has endured, and the idea that some mysteries are better left unsolved remains in the collective imagination, adding a disturbing charm to one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in history. As we continue to unearth the secrets of the past, we remember that some questions may never have a definitive answer. The past is full of lost civilizations, forgotten cities, and ruins that defy all explanation. Some were swallowed by the jungle, others buried under quicksand. But from time to time, something appears under the ocean, suggesting that entire chapters of human history may be missing. The story of Nanmadol, a huge city built on the waters of the Pacific, raises questions about how ancient civilizations built such monumental structures in remote places. But it is not the only place where the sea has hidden secrets. In the waters off the coast of Cuba, in the depths of the sea, lies something that may be even more surprising. A vast submerged city that some believe could be over 10,000 years old. The discovery of what has been called the Cuban underwater city is one of the most controversial findings of recent decades. In 2001, a team of researchers working with a Canadian company called Advanced Digital Communications was performing sonar scans of the seabed off the coast of the Guanahacobides Peninsula in western Cuba. Led by ocean engineer Paulina Zalitsky, the team was looking for evidence of Spanish shipwrecks when they found something unexpected. The sonar readings revealed a series of symmetrical structures arranged in geometric patterns, something that did not seem natural. The formations appeared to be huge stone structures resembling the layout of an ancient city, with pyramids, roads, and even what looked like buildings arranged in a grid pattern. Even more incredible, the structures were located almost 2,000 feet below the surface. At that depth, they could not have been built during the history of mankind, at least according to what we currently know. Zalitsky and her team were stunned. If those structures were truly artificial, they would have to date back to a time when the sea level was much lower, possibly before the last glaciation, more than 10,000 years ago, which would mean that the site predates the pyramids of Egypt, Stonehenge, and even Gobekli Tepe, one of the oldest known temple complexes on Earth. If true, it would force a complete reassessment of ancient history. But how could a city of such magnitude exist under the sea? theories quickly emerged. Some researchers suggested that they could be the remains of an ancient civilization that lived in the Caribbean before the rise in sea level submerged their settlements. Others speculated that it could be connected to the lost civilization of Atlantis. Although most archaeologists dismissed that idea as pseudoscience, the structures could also be the remains of a land bridge that once connected Cuba with the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, suggesting a completely different history of migration and settlement in the Americas. With such a potentially revolutionary discovery, many expected follow-up research and exploration to be carried out, but curiously, after the initial announcement, little progress was made in confirming what the sonar scans had revealed. A few years later, a remotely operated vehicle, ROV, was sent to capture images of the site. The images showed what appeared to be large blocks of carved stone stacked on top of each other, resembling ruins, but without physical samples or further analysis, no definitive conclusion could be reached. One of the reasons for the lack of follow-up studies is the difficulty of exploring the site at a depth of almost 2,000 feet, since it is impossible to dive without highly specialized submersibles that require considerable funding and logistical coordination. Unlike shallower sites, where divers can excavate the ruins directly, everything at this depth must be studied remotely, making it difficult to analyze the structures and determine their origin. Skeptics argue that the formations could be natural geological structures rather than man-made ruins. Some geologists have suggested that the city could be the result of seismic activity, which fractured the natural rock formations in such a way that they appeared artificial. Others believe that the sonar images were simply misinterpreted, creating the illusion of buildings where there are none. However, the geometric patterns and the apparent alignment of the structures make this explanation less convincing for those who have seen the original scans. Added to this is the lack of access to more detailed research after the initial discovery, as information about the site became scarce, leading to speculation that political tensions exist between Cuba and the United States. Some believe that if the discovery were confirmed, it could rewrite the history of mankind in a way that would challenge established narratives, making it a politically sensitive issue. But despite the lack of definitive answers, the idea of an ancient submerged city under the Caribbean continues to captivate the imagination. If further exploration is ever carried out, it could provide evidence of a lost civilization, hidden for thousands of years under the waves. The ocean has a way of hiding history and preserving secrets under its depths for millennia. The discovery of the so-called Cuban underwater city raised profound questions about what ancient civilizations might have lost to time, but it was not the only enigma that challenged our understanding of the past. Some mysteries are buried under the sea, others under the sands, and some in the very languages left by those who once ruled the world. One of the strangest and most puzzling linguistic mysteries comes from a remote island in the Pacific Ocean, Easter Island, known for its iconic Moai statues. This isolated land hides another enigma that has puzzled historians, linguists, and archaeologists for centuries. Scattered throughout the island are wooden tablets engraved with symbols unlike any other known written language. These inscriptions, known as Rongorongo, have never been deciphered, which has left scholars with more questions than answers. Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, as the locals call it, is one of the most isolated inhabited places on Earth, as it is located more than 3,200 kilometers from the nearest landmass. The island was home to a civilization that was once prosperous and built the enormous stone heads that have become its global symbol. But although much attention has been paid to the Moai, the Rango Rango writing is an equally profound mystery that could reveal the lost history of the island's first inhabitants of the island. The first recorded mention of the Rongorongo dates back to the 19th century, when Catholic missionaries arrived on the island and observed strange markings carved on pieces of wood. However, the islanders were unable to read the symbols and claimed that knowledge of the writing had been lost generations ago. Some elders spoke of a time when only a select group of wise men, known as the Tingata Rongorongo, were able to read and recite the sacred texts, But with the collapse of Rapa Nui society due to famine, war, and the arrival of European explorers, the knowledge of how to read the Rongorongo disappeared forever. What makes the Rongorongo so puzzling is that if it is truly a form of writing, it would be one of the few independently developed writing systems in the history of mankind. Most known scripts, from Egyptian hieroglyphs to the Latin alphabet, evolved from earlier forms of writing, but Easter Island was so isolated that, if the Rongorongo is an authentic script, it would mean that the Rapa Nui people developed the script completely on their own, without any outside influence, a feat that only a few civilizations have achieved. Linguists have been trying to decipher the inscriptions for decades, but progress has been slow. The symbols are arranged in a unique pattern called boustrophédon, which means that the direction of the writing alternates with each line. One line is written from left to right, and the next is carved in reverse and read from right to left. This unusual style makes deciphering the writing even more difficult, as it suggests a sophisticated writing system with strict formatting rules. Theories about the meaning of the writing vary widely. Some researchers believe that the Rongorongo could be a form of proto-writing, symbols that represent concepts rather than a complete written language. Others suggest that it records genealogies, religious songs, or the island's historical events. There are even those who speculate that the writing encodes lost knowledge about civilization's fall, hinting at a warning to future generations. Some symbols on the tablets resemble birds, fish, and human figures, which has led scholars to propose that the Rongorongo could be a form of pictographic narration similar to ancient Mesoamerican glyphs. However, no direct relationship has been found between the writing and any known system, which leaves its origins shrouded in mystery. Adding to the intrigue is the scarcity of tablets. Today, less than 30 examples of inscriptions in Rongorongo are known, many of which are incomplete or damaged. Some were lost over the centuries, while others were destroyed when Catholic missionaries prohibited the practice of writing and ordered the tablets to be burned, considering them works of pagan superstition. Despite numerous attempts, no one has been able to fully decipher the Rongorongo code. Some believe that without an equivalent to the Rosetta Stone, something providing a bilingual inscription in a known language, the writing may never be deciphered. Others argue that the knowledge may not be completely lost and that oral traditions or surviving fragments may still hold the key to unlocking its meaning. There are even more speculative theories surrounding Rongorongo. Some researchers suggest that the writing could be much older than previously thought and could date back thousands of years, representing knowledge passed down by a previous lost civilization. Others have linked it to global prehistory, theorizing that the inhabitants of Rapa Nui may have had connections with other ancient cultures, sharing writings and information across vast oceanic distances. Although these theories remain unproven, the existence of Rongorongo continues to challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations and their capabilities. If it truly represents an independent writing system, it would be one of the greatest in history, a testament to the ingenuity of the Rapa Nui people and a glimpse into a lost world that we may never fully understand. For now, the tablets remain silent, their meaning locked in symbols that no one alive can read, but history is full of unsolved mysteries, and as technology advances, perhaps one day the Rongorongo writing will finally reveal its secrets. Until then, it will remain a haunting reminder of a vanished past, a message from a long-gone civilization, waiting for someone to finally listen. The past is plagued by lost languages, undeciphered writings, their meaning locked by time. The Rongorongo writing of Easter Island is one of the greatest linguistic mysteries, an ancient system that defies translation and leaves more questions than answers. Who wrote it? What secrets does it hide? Could it be the key to understanding an entire lost civilization? While many ancient writings remain unreadable, others hint at a past that may be even stranger than we imagine, because sometimes history not only leaves cryptic symbols, but also evidence of people who should not have existed. In 1890, a French anthropologist named Georges Vacher de Lau was conducting excavations in Castelnaudary, a small town in the south of France. What he discovered would trigger one of anthropology's most controversial debates. While excavating between sediment layers, he found a collection of human-looking bones, only they were much larger than any human skeleton he had ever seen. The bones, which included a humerus, a femur, and a tibia, suggested that the individual to whom they belonged would have measured the astonishing height of 335 meters. If true, the giant of Castelnaudary would be one of the largest humanoid beings ever recorded. De Lau quickly published his findings in the French scientific journal Anthropology, describing the remains as belonging to a prehistoric human of exceptional size. His estimates, based on the bone's proportions, suggested a height that seemed impossible for a human being. Could this be proof of a lost race of giants, or was it something more common, a case of extreme gigantism, or even simple misidentification? The bones were sent to the University of Montpellier for study, where experts confirmed that they were human, but very abnormal. Some researchers suggested that they belonged to an individual suffering from acromegaly or gigantism, both diseases that can cause excessive growth due to hormonal imbalances. Others proposed that the bones could belong to an extinct subspecies of humans that was naturally larger than Homo sapiens. However, the problem with the giant of Castelnaudary now is that the physical evidence no longer exists. The bones were lost or destroyed, leaving only written records of their discovery. Without them, modern scientists have no way to verify De Lau's claims. The lack of physical remains has led many to dismiss the finding as an exaggeration, a misinterpretation, or even a complete invention. Despite this, the story of the giant of Castelnaudary refuses to disappear, partly because it is not the only alleged discovery of large human bones throughout history. Reports of giant skeletons have emerged around the world. Native American legends speak of red-haired giants who once roamed North America, and 19th century newspapers frequently reported the discovery of gigantic human-like bones in the United States, especially in the Midwest. Although most of these stories lack solid evidence and are often dismissed as hoaxes, they continue to fuel speculation about the possibility that ancient giants existed. One particularly persistent legend involves the so-called giants of Sardinia in Italy. Locals have long spoken of enormous humanoid skeletons unearthed in ancient tombs. Some villagers claim to have seen these remains firsthand before they were allegedly removed by authorities. According to conspiracy theories, conventional archaeologists and government agencies have deliberately concealed evidence of a lost race of giants for fear that such a discovery would alter accepted historical narratives. However, no verifiable physical evidence has been presented to support these claims. Skeptics argue that many of the alleged discoveries of giants can be explained more rationally. Some large bones probably belong to extinct megafauna rather than humans. Others may be cases of misidentification, in which normal bones appear larger due to environmental factors or distortion over time. In addition, conditions such as gigantism and acromegaly, although rare, have existed throughout history, giving rise to individuals significantly taller than their peers. But even among skeptics, the giant of Castelnaudary remains an intriguing case. Unlike many sensationalist reports about giants, this discovery was made by a respected anthropologist, documented in a scientific journal, and initially examined by qualified researchers. If the bones had survived modern techniques, such as DNA analysis and radiocarbon dating, they could provide definitive answers. Could they have belonged to an early human ancestor who was larger than previously believed? Could they have been proof of a population of abnormally tall individuals lost to history? The past is full of anomalies, artifacts that defy conventional explanations, discoveries that raise more questions than answers. The giant of Castelnau is just one of many examples in which history seems to present something that does not quite fit. Were there giants on Earth, or were these bone remains simply an extreme case of human height? Without physical evidence, we may never know for sure, but the idea of lost civilizations that understood things that we still find difficult to explain is not limited to ancient bones. Some mysteries are not buried in the ground, but are in plain sight, resisting the passage of time in ways that defy logic. In the heart of Delhi, in India, there's an artifact so puzzling that both scientists and historians are still trying to understand it. It is not hidden in forgotten ruins or buried under layers of earth, but stands proudly in the open air, exposed to the elements, yet seemingly untouched by time. This is the Iron Pillar of Delhi, a 1,600-year-old metal column that has baffled metallurgists for centuries because, unlike any other iron structure of its time, the pillar has resisted rust. With more than 7 meters high and a weight of over 6 tons, it is believed that the Iron Pillar was erected during the reign of Chandragupta II in the 4th century A.D.C. It bears inscriptions in Sanskrit suggesting that it was originally a victory monument, probably built to honor the Hindu god Vishnu. Over the centuries, it has remained a symbol of India's rich history, but what really sets it apart is its apparent immunity to corrosion, at a time when even modern steel structures can succumb to rust in just a matter of decades. How has this ancient pillar survived for more than 1,000 years with hardly a trace of oxidation? The mystery of the Iron Pillar's resistance to rust has intrigued scientists for generations. Theories abound, ranging from advanced metallurgy of antiquity to the intervention of divine forces. Some researchers suggest that the creators of the pillar used a form of unusually high-purity iron that, combined with the dry climate of Delhi, helped slow the oxidation process. However, the real breakthrough came in the 20th century, when metallurgists discovered a thin protective layer of what is now known as mesa, a compound of iron, oxygen, and phosphorus that has formed naturally over time and protects the pillar from moisture and pollution. This discovery led to another question. How did the ancient Indian blacksmiths, more than 1,600 years ago, develop a technique that modern metallurgists have only begun to understand in recent decades? The composition of the pillar suggests that the iron was purified by a process involving a high phosphorus content and the absence of sulfur and manganese, methods that were advanced even by today's standards. Some experts argue that this was not an accident, but a deliberate feat of engineering, indicating that ancient Indian metallurgists possessed far more advanced knowledge than previously assumed. However, not everyone is convinced that conventional science alone can explain the pillar's survival. Some theorists believe that the Iron Pillar is evidence of lost ancient technologies, pointing to a forgotten era of metallurgy that surpassed even modern capabilities. They point to other mysterious metallic artifacts found throughout history, such as the so-called Baghdad battery, a clay vessel believed by some to be an early form of electrical storage, or the Damascus steel used in the manufacture of medieval swords, whose exact production techniques remain unknown. Others take a more supernatural approach, suggesting that the pillar was blessed by divine forces. According to local legend, the Iron Pillar was originally placed in the center of the earth by an ancient king to stabilize the land. When the British tried to excavate the base of the pillar in the 19th century, they discovered that it was not embedded deep in the ground, leading to the belief that disturbing it could bring disaster. Some Hindu traditions even claim that the pillar is linked to the god Vishnu, who protects it from decay. Skeptics argue that, while the Iron Pillar is an incredible example of ancient craftsmanship, it does not necessarily indicate lost knowledge or divine protection. They point out that other iron artifacts, such as the rust-resistant iron beams of Indian temples, share similar properties, suggesting that this technique, although uncommon, was not entirely unique. In addition, the controlled environmental conditions and the pillar's relatively low exposure to humidity have undoubtedly played an important role in its preservation. Despite these explanations, the Iron Pillar remains an enigma. Even with our advanced technology, the ability to create a completely rust-resistant iron structure without modern protective coatings is something that engineers and metallurgists are still striving to perfect. Some modern scientists have even studied the composition of the pillar in the hope of applying its corrosion-resistant properties to new materials, demonstrating that ancient knowledge can still influence modern advances. The Iron Pillar of Delhi is a testament to the incredible knowledge possessed by ancient metallurgists. an engineering marvel that has defied time, resisting rust in a way that even modern technology struggles to replicate, whether the result of advanced craftsmanship, environmental conditions, or something we don't yet fully understand. It stands as a silent challenge to what we think we know about the past. But it is not the only artifact that raises such questions. Some discoveries seem to hint at knowledge far superior to what their era should have allowed. Objects so strange, so seemingly out of place, that they force us to reconsider what ancient civilizations were really capable of. And one of these objects, discovered in present-day Iraq, has been sparking debate among historians and scientists for decades. It is known as the Baghdad Battery, an artifact so enigmatic that it has given rise to theories ranging from forgotten ancient technology to extraterrestrial influence. At its core, the mystery is simple. Could people who lived more than 2,000 years ago have created a working electrical device? And, if so, what did they use it for? The story of the Baghdad Battery begins in the 1930s, when a German archaeologist named Wilhelm Koenig was examining artifacts found in the National Museum of Iraq. Among the collection was a small, inconspicuous clay jar about 12 centimeters high, with a copper cylinder inside and an iron rod running through the center. The jar itself dated from around 250 AD, which placed it in the period of the Parthians or Sassanids. But it was not its age that made it unusual, but its structure. Koenig realized that the design of the jar was eerily similar to that of modern batteries. Intrigued, Koenig published an article in 1940 in which he suggested that the artifact could have been used to generate an electrical charge. His theory was simple. If an acidic liquid, such as vinegar or lemon juice, was poured into the vessel, an electrochemical reaction could be created that would produce a small voltage. This would, in effect, make the Baghdad Battery one of the earliest known electrical devices in human history, long before the official discovery of electricity. The idea was controversial, but gained followers when researchers began testing replicas of the artifact in the 1970s. The American engineer Willard F.M. Gray built a functional model of the Baghdad Battery, filling it with an acid solution and measuring its performance. To the surprise of many, it generated about 1 volt of electricity. Since then, similar experiments have been carried out, all confirming that the device could, in theory, function as a simple battery. But the real question is not if the Baghdad Battery could produce electricity, but why an ancient civilization would have had a use for an electric device. One of the most popular theories is that the battery was used for electroplating, a process where a thin layer of metal, like gold or silver, is deposited on another object. Some ancient artifacts show signs of electroplating, although the tests aren't conclusive. If true, it would suggest that the peoples of the Parthian or Sasanian period could have had a rudimentary knowledge of electricity and used it for decorative or practical purposes. Another theory is that the battery had religious or medicinal uses. Some researchers believe that it could have been used in spiritual ceremonies to produce small electric discharges that could have been interpreted as divine power. Others suggest that it was used as a primitive form of acupuncture or to relieve pain, similarly to how electric currents are used in modern medicine. Then there are more speculative ideas. Some suggest that the Baghdad Battery was part of a wider technological system, now lost, an early experiment with electricity later abandoned or forgotten. Others go even further and link it with theories about lost ancient civilizations, suggesting that it was a test of knowledge transmitted by a more advanced previous society. And, of course, there are those who maintain that the artifact is evidence of extraterrestrial contact, an idea that, although entertaining, lacks real proof. But not everyone is convinced that the Baghdad Battery was actually a battery. Skeptics argue that the jar could have simply been a storage container, possibly used to keep parchments or documents. Some point out that similar objects have been found throughout the region, none of which show clear signs of having been used for electricity. Others point out that, although the jar can produce voltage, it would have been a weak and unreliable energy source, making it unlikely that it was used for practical purposes. More recent investigations suggest that the device might have been just a simple container without any electric purpose. There is no ancient text nor historical record that describes its use, nor indications that it was connected to a larger system, nor is there direct evidence that electroplating was practiced in the region at that time. Without more context, the truth about the Baghdad Battery remains a mystery, despite the skepticism. The mystery of the Baghdad Battery continues to fascinate. Whether it is an early attempt to harness electricity, a misinterpreted artifact, or something completely different, it reminds us how much we still don't know about the past. History is full of anomalies, objects that don't seem to fit, technologies that appear before their time. The Baghdad Battery might not prove that an ancient civilization harnessed electricity, but it forces us to pose a wider question. How much knowledge has been lost over time? How many discoveries that were once known have fallen into oblivion? And if an ancient battery could exist, even as an experiment, what more could be waiting to be discovered? The Baghdad Battery remains one of the most intriguing discoveries of the ancient world, an object that, if interpreted correctly, could suggest that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge about electricity thousands of years before it was officially harnessed. While skeptics argue that its purpose could have been much more mundane, the truth is that history is full of anomalies, artifacts, and structures that don't fit perfectly into our established timelines. Some seem to hint at lost knowledge, technologies that have disappeared, or coded messages in ways that we still struggle to understand. One of these mysteries is not an ancient device or a lost technology, but a simple inscription of 10 letters carved in stone in an English mansion, a cryptic message that has resisted all attempts at decryption for almost 300 years. Unlike the Baghdad Battery, which at least has some plausible theories about its function, this sequence of letters does not have a known explanation. There are no documents detailing why it was created, who designed it, or what it was intended to transmit. However, for centuries, some of the most brilliant minds, including the codebreakers of the Second World War, have tried to decipher its meaning, all without success. This is the story of the Shugborough inscription, an unresolved enigma hidden in plain sight. Shugborough Hall, located in Staffordshire, England, is a grand estate that dates from the 17th century. It was originally the home of the Anson family and has extensive gardens, classical architecture, and ornate sculptures. But among these historical elements, one in particular has awakened everyone's curiosity: the monument to the shepherd, built between 1748 and 1763. The monument presents a carved relief of the famous painting Shepherds of Arcadia by Nicholas Poussin. The work represents a group of shepherds gathered around a stone tomb who point out the phrase, "Et in Arcadia ego," which is often interpreted as, "Even in Arcadia, I exist," a poetic nod to the inevitability of death. However, below the relief, something unusual is carved in the stone, an apparently random chain of 10 letters. D-O-U-O-S-V-A-V-V-M. For almost 3 centuries, no one has been able to determine with certainty what these letters mean. There are no records that explain why they were placed there, nor any indication of who recorded them, nor any clear connection with any historical event. Despite its relatively recent creation compared with other ancient mysteries, the inscription has resisted all modern attempts at decryption. The theories go from the plausible to the fantastic, and each one of them contributes to the mystery of the monument. One of the most enduring theories is that the inscription is related to the Knights Templar, the medieval military order often associated with secret knowledge and lost treasures. Some believe that the letters codify a message that reveals the location of the Holy Grail, the legendary cup that is said to have been used in the Last Supper. This theory is fueled by the connection to the painting by Poussin. Some researchers claim that Poussin himself embedded hidden messages in his work, possibly linking it with the Templars. If true, the Shugborough inscription could be a clue left for those with the necessary knowledge to decipher it. Another possibility is that the inscription is a personal dedication. Some historians suggest that it could be a coded tribute to Admiral George Anson, a member of the family that owns the Shugborough estate and a famous British explorer. Some interpretations propose that the letters form an anagram or a phrase in Latin, possibly related to the Anson family and their beliefs or personal achievements. However, an agreement on any definitive translation has not been reached. Linguists have also suggested that the letters could be a religious phrase in Latin, such as Ore ut omne servant, which means pray that all are saved. But this interpretation, like others, is purely speculative, since there are no historical records linking the Anen family with such statement. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Shugborough inscription is the fact that it has defied efforts of some of the most skilled code breakers in history. It is rumored that during the Second World War, British code breakers from Bletchley Park, the same minds responsible for deciphering the Nazi Enigma code, tried to solve the mystery, but did not find a clear answer, not even in the modern era. Many amateur code breakers have analyzed the sequence using various encryption techniques, but no universally accepted solution has emerged. Some skeptics argue that the inscription might not be an encryption at all, but a decorative element intended to appear mysterious without actually encoding anything meaningful. However, if that were the case, why is there no documentation explaining its intention? Why would someone inscribe 10 letters on such a detailed monument without leaving any record of their meaning? The lack of a clear explanation is precisely what maintains the mystery. One of the strangest theories suggests that the letters represent an early form of steganography, a method of hiding messages within texts or images. Some believe that the inscription could be the key to deciphering a larger code hidden elsewhere on the estate or even in other historical documents. Despite centuries of speculation, no single theory has been universally accepted. The Shugborough inscription remains one of the most enduring unsolved codes in history. Unlike ancient writings or undeciphered languages that may require extensive historical context, this is a puzzle that, in theory, should be solvable and yet has resisted all attempts to decipher it. What makes the mystery so fascinating is not only the inscription itself, but the disturbing possibility that its meaning will be lost forever without any contemporary record explaining why it was created. It is possible that its true purpose may never be known. Some believe that the answer is still out there, waiting for the right mind to crack the code. Others fear that, like many historical enigmas, the truth has died with the person who carved it. The Shugborough inscription remains a disturbing enigma, a string of letters carved in stone that defies any explanation. Unlike many ancient mysteries, it is not hidden in the depths of a jungle or buried under ruins, but is in plain sight, mocking those who try to decipher its meaning. Centuries of speculation, theories ranging from the Holy Grail to war codes, and the inability even of experts to decipher its secret, only add to its mystery. But not all puzzling artifacts take the form of cryptic inscriptions. Some take the form of elaborate carvings, images that should not exist, that depict scenes that defy everything we think we know about history. Deep in the deserts of Peru, a collection of such carvings has been causing controversy for decades. These are the Ica stones, thousands of smooth engraved rocks that seem to tell a story that no one can explain. On their surfaces are engraved images of extinct animals, advanced medical procedures, and, most incredibly, human beings coexisting with dinosaurs. Are these stones proof of a lost chapter of history, an elaborate hoax, or something even stranger? The Cabrera stones came to prominence in the 1960s when the Peruvian doctor Dr. Javier Cabrera Dara received one as a birthday present. The stone, dark and smooth, was engraved with an intricate design that immediately aroused Cabrera's curiosity. It seemed to represent a prehistoric fish, an image that should not have been known by ancient peoples. Cabrera began to search for more, and what he found was astonishing. Thousands of similar stones had been unearthed near the small town, scattered across the arid landscape, and buried in nearby caves. Their engravings range from the strange to the impossible. Humanoid figures riding dinosaurs, detailed depictions of heart transplants and brain surgery, and even what appeared to be star maps. The stones seemed to suggest a much more advanced knowledge than should have been possible for ancient civilizations. The sheer number of stones was astonishing. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands, many of which are now in private collections or small museums in Peru, but their origin remains a mystery. Who carved them? Where were they made? And perhaps most importantly, why do they depict scenes that should not exist? One of the most puzzling aspects of the Cabrera stones is their depiction of dinosaurs. The engravings show creatures with long necks, plated backs, and spiked tails, figures that bear a striking resemblance to known species, such as Triceratops and Stegosaurus. Conventional history tells us that dinosaurs became extinct about 65 million years ago, long before humans appeared. However, the stones seem to suggest that whoever carved them had first-hand knowledge of these prehistoric creatures. Could this be evidence that dinosaurs and humans coexisted at some point? Some proponents of alternative history theories believe that the stones offer evidence of a lost civilization, one that existed long before conventional timelines suggest. Even stranger are the images of what appear to be advanced medical procedures. Some stones depict detailed surgical operations, open heart surgery, organ transplants, and even what appears to be brain surgery. The figures in these engravings hold tools that resemble scalpels and forceps, and work with a level of knowledge that should not have existed in the ancient world. Cabrera himself was convinced that the stones were proof of a technologically advanced society predating known history. He suggested that the engravings told the story of an ancient race that had flourished on Earth and possessed knowledge of medicine, astronomy, and even space travel. According to his theory, this civilization eventually disappeared, leaving only these enigmatic stones as a last message for the future. However, despite its amazing images, the Ica stones are wrapped in controversy almost from the moment of their discovery. Skepticism surrounded their authenticity. One of the strongest tests against them came from a local farmer named Basilio Ushua. In the 1970s, Ushua admitted to carving some of the stones himself, using a knife and simple tools to create the engravings. He even demonstrated the process to journalists, showing how he could produce similar carvings in just hours. After this revelation, many dismissed the stones as a hoax. If a farmer could replicate the engravings easily, logic dictated that the entire collection must be false. The Peruvian government classified the stones as forgeries, and conventional archaeologists largely abandoned them as a serious subject of study. However, the controversy did not end there. Although Ushua admitted to forging some stones, he later retracted his confession, claiming he had only said it to avoid legal problems. Peru has strict laws against the sale of authentic archaeological artifacts. Some researchers also pointed out that, although modern engravings could be easily identified, many stones showed signs of extreme antiquity with patterns of wear that suggested that they were much older than the forgeries that Ushua claimed to have made. Even more disconcerting was the large volume of stones, with tens of thousands in circulation. Could they all have been produced in recent decades? And if they were forgeries, why would someone go to such trouble to create them? The debate about the Ica stones continues to this day. Those who believe in their authenticity argue that conventional archaeology is quick to dismiss anomalous evidence. They point to the large number of stones, the consistency of their images, and the possibility that at least some may be authentic. On the other hand, skeptics argue that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and that there is no verifiable evidence to support the idea that the stones are ancient. Without a clear archaeological context, such as an excavated site confirming their antiquity, there is little indication that they are anything more than a modern creation. A final possibility is that the stones contain a mixture of authentic artifacts and modern additions. Some researchers have suggested that there could be a small number of authentic engravings representing known ancient cultural symbols, while the more extravagant images, such as dinosaurs, surgeries, or star maps, could have been added later to attract attention and obtain benefits. But whether they are real, false, or something in between, the Ica stones remain one of the most intriguing and controversial mysteries of the ancient world. If they are authentic, they force us to reconsider everything we know about the history of humanity, technology, and even the chronology of life on Earth. If they are a hoax, They represent one of the most elaborate and persistent forgeries ever created. The Ica stones continue to be among the most debated artifacts in history. Whether they contain the truth about a lost civilization or simply an elaborate hoax, their mystery persists, and although we may never have concrete answers about their origins, they serve as a reminder that history is full of enigmas, some carved in stone, others buried under the sands of time, and deep in the Valley of the Kings, a burial place famous for its pharaohs and ancient treasures, lies one of those mysteries. Unlike the carefully documented tombs of the rulers of Egypt, this one has no name. Nobody knows who he was, why he was buried so strangely, or what crime he committed, if he committed any, to deserve such a disturbing destiny. He is known only as the Unknown Man, and his remains have baffled Egyptologists for more than a century. His body was found in a way different from any other, wrapped in sheepskin, a material considered impure by the ancient Egyptians. His face, frozen in what appears to be a scream, was he a fallen prince in disgrace, a traitor, or someone erased from history for unknown reasons? The discovery of the Unknown Man dates back to 1886, when the Egyptologist Gaston Maspero and his team were excavating a stash of royal money in Deir el-Bahri. Unlike other burial sites, full of treasures and elaborate inscriptions, this chamber was different. It contained a collection of mummies buried hastily and hidden to protect them from tomb raiders. Some of the bodies belonged to pharaohs, high priests, and members of the elite, moved there centuries after their death in an attempt to safeguard their remains. But among them, one body stood out, while the others were wrapped in fine linens and carefully preserved. This mummy was different. It was wrapped in rough sheepskin, something that would have been considered a grave insult in ancient Egypt. The body had not been properly embalmed. Instead of the usual process of removing the organs, drying the body, and carefully wrapping it in linens, the corpse of the Unknown Man had been left to decompose before being hastily wrapped and sealed in his coffin. And then there was the face with the head tilted backwards, with his mouth open as if he had died in agony. Unlike the serene expressions of other mummies, his features were frozen in what appeared to be a scream for over a century. Scholars have debated who he was and why he was buried in such an unusual way. Some believe he was a traitor to royalty, punished even in death by being denied a proper burial. Others suggest that he may have been poisoned or executed and that his body was left untreated as an additional affront. One of the most popular theories is that the Unknown Man was none other than Prince Penaware, son of Pharaoh Ramses III, involved in a plot to assassinate his own father. According to ancient records, Penaware participated in what became known as the Harem Conspiracy, a plot orchestrated by one of Ramses III's wives to place her son on the throne. When the conspiracy was discovered, those involved were sentenced to death, but Penaware's punishment was unusual. Some sources suggest that he was forced to take his own life instead of being executed. This agrees with the strange state of the Unknown Man, his unembalmed body, his shameful burial, and his final expression, which some believe could indicate poisoning or strangulation. In 2012, DNA tests gave more weight to this theory. Scientists compared the genetic material of the Unknown Man with that of Ramses III and discovered that they were directly related. The results suggest that the mysterious mummy was indeed the son of the murdered pharaoh, reinforcing the idea that it was Prince Penaware, punished for his betrayal and deprived of life after death. However, not everyone is convinced. Other experts argue that the sheepskin with which he was wrapped and the lack of embalming do not necessarily indicate disgrace, but could point to foreign origins in ancient Egyptian culture. Foreigners used to be buried differently from native Egyptians, with different funerary practices and less elaborate rituals. Could the Unknown Man have been a foreign prince, an enemy of Egypt, or even a hostage held by the royal court? Some evidence suggests that foreign dignitaries and prisoners were sometimes buried differently from traditional Egyptian customs. If he was a foreigner, that would explain why his bar was so different from the others in the tomb. Another theory suggests that his expression, similar to that of a death mask, was not due to agony or execution, but was the result of natural decomposition. When bodies are not properly embalmed and untreated, their jaw can open, creating a screaming illusion. This would mean that, instead of dying terrified, the unknown man simply decomposed in a way that left his face in an unnatural state. There is also the idea that he may have suffered an accidental death, perhaps even a sudden illness that prevented him from receiving proper mummification in ancient Egypt. Proper burial rites were crucial for reaching the afterlife. If someone died unexpectedly and could not be embalmed in time, their soul was believed to be at risk of wandering forever. Despite modern science and forensic analysis, we may never know the truth behind the unknown man. His bar remains an anomaly, neither completely real nor dishonorable, neither execution nor respectful ceremony. If he was Prince Penar, his burial serves as a reminder of how power struggles shaped the history of Egypt, with betrayals punished even in the afterlife. If he was a foreigner, his presence in the Valley of the Kings hints at untold stories of diplomacy, conflict, and forgotten figures who once walked the halls of Egyptian palaces. Whoever he is, his body remains an enigma locked in time, over a century after discovery. Remains unnamed, his identity and his fate remain uncertain. A man buried among pharaohs but denied his honors. A figure whose open-mouthed expression seems to scream through history, demanding answers that we may never find. The story of the unknown man is a reminder that, even in death, some figures remain shrouded in mystery. Whether he was a disgraced prince, an executed traitor, or a foreigner, his burial defies explanation. His remains, locked in an eternal scream, leave a disturbing question that we may never fully answer. But he is not the only figure whose final resting place remains a mystery. A man who built an empire that stretched from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe, also disappeared without trace. His armies changed the world. His name inspired both fear and admiration. Yet, after his death, he disappeared completely. This is the mystery of the lost tomb of Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, born as Yujin around 1162, was the founder of the Mongol Empire, the largest contiguous empire in the history of mankind. Through ruthless strategy, brute force, and brilliant tactics, he unified the Mongol tribes and forged an empire that stretched from China to Persia, crushing all who stood in his way. He redefined warfare, established a trade network along the Silk Road, and left a mark on civilization. However, despite all his conquests and influence, no one knows where he was buried. His final resting place has never been found, making it one of history's great unsolved mysteries. According to legend, Genghis Khan died in 1227 during a campaign against the Western Xia dynasty in China. Some say he fell in combat, while others claim he succumbed to illness or was injured after falling off his horse. His death was kept secret as long as possible to avoid unrest in the empire, but what happened to his body remains an enigma. Mongolian tradition dictated that leaders be buried in a hidden, intact place that was not desecrated. According to historical accounts, those transporting his body were ordered to kill anyone who crossed their path to ensure the burial secrecy. Some versions of the story claim that once the tomb was excavated, the soldiers who carried out the burial were executed also to ensure that no one could reveal its location. To further protect the tomb, a river was diverted over the site to erase any trace of its existence. Another legend claims that an army of 1,000 horses trampled the ground, so there was no trace of excavation left. Some even believe that trees were planted to completely hide the burial site, ensuring that no one could disturb Genghis Khan's rest for centuries. Historians and treasure hunters have searched for the tomb, believing it could contain riches, artifacts from his conquests, and a vision of one of the, but despite great efforts, no trace of his burial has been found. There are numerous theories about the possible location of Genghis Khan's tomb, and the most accepted is that he was buried somewhere in the Kenai Mountains, in present-day Mongolia, a region he considered sacred. This area, known as Korig, or the Great Taboo, was closed to outsiders for centuries, guarded by a Mongolian elite known as the Men in Black. If it remained intact, Anyone who tried to enter would face execution. Some believe that the tomb lies beneath Burkhan Khaldun, the mountain where Genghis Khan is said to have sought refuge in his youth. The Mongols considered the mountain sacred, and Khan himself declared that it should be protected forever. But to date, no evidence has been found that there is a tomb there. Another theory suggests that his remains were moved to a remote location, far from Mongolia, possibly in China. Some believe his followers could have taken him to the Ordos region, where a shrine was later built to honor him. However, this place is believed to be more of a memorial than an actual burial site. There are even theories suggesting that the tomb could be hidden under a body of water, buried in the depths of the sand dunes, or in an underground chamber that has not been detected yet. The lack of definitive historical records has only fueled speculation, making the search more difficult with each century. In modern times, archaeological projects have attempted to locate the tomb using satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and historical records. The most ambitious of these efforts took place in the early 2000s, when teams of Mongolian researchers and academics collaborated to scan the Kenai Mountains, looking for signs of an ancient burial site. Despite significant technological advances, no clear evidence of the tomb has been found. One of the main obstacles in this search is Mongolia's strict cultural respect for the Khan's last wishes. Many Mongolians believe that Genghis Khan's tomb should remain intact, according to his mandate. To excavate a site of this type, should it exist, would be seen as a violation of sacred tradition. This belief has caused reluctance to carry out large excavations, despite the interest of international archaeologists increasing the mystery. Some accounts claim that the tomb was looted or destroyed long ago. If this is true, it could mean that, even if the burial site is found, its treasures and historical artifacts may have disappeared a long time ago. Others argue that the tomb remains intact, hidden under layers of history and waiting to be discovered at the right moment. The lost tomb of Genghis can remain one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of all time. Unlike other rulers, whose resting places are marked with great monuments and elaborate tombs, Genghis Khan's was deliberately erased, hidden from view and protected by natural and human forces. For historians, finding his tomb would be one of the most important discoveries in modern history, as it could reveal details about his life, death, and the empire he built. But for the Mongolian people, his secret is part of his legacy, proof that, even after death, the great Khan remains untouchable, whether he lies under a mountain deep in an unexplored valley or somewhere else entirely. The final resting place of Genghis Khan remains one of the most elusive secrets of his legacy, and, perhaps, as some believe, is destined to stay so. The past is full of mysteries, some buried under the earth, others lost under the waves, and still others hidden in plain sight, waiting to be discovered. The stories that we have explored today are just a glimpse of the strange, the inexplicable, and the forgotten, pieces of history that continue to baffle experts and spark endless debates. But the deeper we go, the more questions arise. If you liked this immersion in the unknown, don't forget to subscribe and check out our other videos to discover more mysteries waiting to be explored. Thank you for watching, and, as always, until our next time, take care.